Goblins. Goblins, hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Sorry for running late. I forgot to eat. And then, true story, I spilled my coffee all over the kitchen counter, ripped to my unpaid bills, the newspaper. My wife has she's taken seeds from like fruits, I think it's tomatoes, which she intends to plant later on, but she's drying them. I spilled coffee all over those, so I might be in trouble when she gets home, depending on if they died or not. But after having an affair with Path of Exile 2 for the last several streams, we are back to Diablo 2. Some might say we are back home, which is a fitting introduction for today's challenge, where I will not be able to go back home to town. Oh, I shouldn't laugh at my own jokes. Thank you, Meikamo, for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Man, there's so many chat messages already, which is amazing. I assume people are hyped for the challenge, and I am too. Hello, just came from the 5-hour but I react. I spin myself into further insanity YouTube video. Let's go, welcome. Alright, so the rules are... Well, this is gonna be the reverse order, because I'm picking the Amazon, and I think it's gonna be easier to understand if I go into town. What are we gonna call her? Actually, let's make a placeholder character, because she needs a proper name. But to explain the rules, we are in town, and this is not allowed. Speaking to Variv is not allowed. Once I... Or let me think for 2 seconds how to frame this challenge. Alright, so today's challenge is no town. It's sometimes referred to as a hobo character. I think it's because someone made a hobo barb or something. But basically, we are not allowed to go to town or speak to NPCs. But this challenge is not about sequence breaking the game, or like finding new glitches no one has ever found to skip quests. It's about living off the land, making do with what you find, and beating the game without using the many very useful services that you can get from town. So the rules are that as soon as I spawn into the game, I need to leave town immediately, and then I can't come back to town unless absolutely mandatory to continue. So for example, after I kill Andariel, I need to speak to Variv to move on to Act 2, and that will be allowed. But I cannot go back to town at all before that. And even when I go here, because I need to speak to Variv, I can't talk to anyone else or do anything else. So that means no buying. That means no buying or selling gear from the vendors. It means no repairing your equipment. And in the case of the Amazon, it means no buying new javelins or arrows or bolts. It means no mercenary, because you cannot hire or get a mercenary from a quest without speaking to a mercenary person. It means no quest rewards, so no free skill points, no respec, and also no buying potions or scrolls or tomes, I guess. And finally, no stash. So those of you who can't handle my inventory management, this will be like cognitive therapy for you, because there will be some cursed inventory management. So I think that is the entire challenge. And maybe I should add some rules, like a little rule thingy. After a sneeze. big sneeze. Rules text overlay. Oh, this is some old planning for the one-shot challenge. I can overwrite those because we have... I don't think those are up to date. So, rules. No going to town. Unless forced, or how to say. Yeah, I think that should be understandable. Or maybe I don't even need it on screen. Well, we can keep it there for now. Otherwise, my character can develop any way she wants. Though I will ban decoy, because decoy is still bugged. So some of the time it dies in a single hit, and sometimes it is virtually immortal. And I think for a challenge like this, having a immortal tank is a bit cheesy. So, but other than decoy, anything goes. So let's bring up the chat to see if there are any questions and make the real character. Yes, no stash, no merc, no cane, no extra skill points from quests. Hobo. Hobina. Hobo. That's a really stupid name. I love it. Hobo. Okay. I'm going with that. Hobo Goblin. That's also good. Yeah, this run will be so fun. Yeah, I think it will be very fun because... and I think it will be a very fun live streamed run because it will be like the inventory management and, you know, deciding what to keep and what to throw away. That will be like live. Non-town waypoints are allowed. Yeah, I can use the waypoints as long as I don't go to town. And I've already decided that I'm picking the Amazon. And she is in some ways one of the worst characters. Because someone like the Paladin or the Druid has healing from their skills like prayer, meditation, divines. The Barbarian has Find Potion. The Necromancer has lots of summons. The Sorceress has spells, but I guess no mana potions. But I felt like playing an Amazon, and it will be... I think it will be interesting using a Amazon for this. And yes, it does. Yeah, it means no respec, so I have to be mindful about what we do with that. So let's start the run. No going to town. So first we're gonna teleport outside of town and pretend that like this never happens. Oh hey, the run has started. But I gotta get my hotkeys in. I have to turn on some music. Of course, needs to be at exactly 50. So now I'm no longer allowed to cross this line until Andariel is dead, I guess. Hobo Zone is another good option. That would probably have been a better name. I like that more actually. But let's get the run going. Throw away your starting gear. Give me your reasoning for throwing away the starting gear. Did they really give me this in town, or did I bring this when I came to the rogue encampment? Finally a real life relatable challenge run. You need to return to Akara to translate the scroll, or no quests. Yeah, exactly. So I'm not allowed to do any side quests. Only mandatory quests. So unfortunately, Kane stays in his cage this time. You got it in town. If not this town, it came from another one. Sips coffee. All right. I'll give you that one. That was a funny explanation. And I will find new ones soon anyway. Ooh, early gem shrine. Diamond. All right, whatever. So I guess we're skipping the Den of Evil today. And one thing I haven't decided yet. Oh, a key. I want to make a point, but I'm afraid it might become too hard. Because I should not okay, so let me start in the other end. I really shouldn't be allowed to save and exit the game, because that puts me back in town, right? So I really shouldn't be allowed to repeat areas, like repeat farming. Because then I'm going to town when it's not like forced. But that might be a little bit too difficult, right? Just went into a house, run invalid. Well, isn't that perfectly on theme? I went into an old abandoned house in the woods to seek shelter. For level 1 we're going with crit anyway. I'm actually not sure what build we're going for. Yeah, allow farming zones. Alright. Yeah, because I think that... Is this even hardcore? No. You're on the wrong channel. Here we only play hardcore once a year. And with a key, oh, I went all the way back here for one blue short bow. I actually don't think that this short bow is worthy of an identification scroll. Throw the scroll. When I defeat Andariel, can I go into the portal? Those scrolls... Ah, you guys suck. Are those scrolls also banned because they are starting equipment? You guys are ruthless. Alright, fine. But those boots I'm putting on, and there's nothing you can do about it. What do you do with your stats in a situation like this? I mean, the first 5 can safely go into strength, because I will need some amount of strength and dexterity. Where did those health potions come from? All right. Well, now I threw away my starting gear, my scrolls, and my starting 4 minor health potions. Anything else? Do you want to throw away my... This came from town. Should I throw that away? No. Ooh, a weapon. Your dignity. Ooh, javelin, let's go. Almost a full stack too. I think for the early game we can just do whatever. But I guess there's gonna be a interesting question of what kind of build to go for. Like some passives we're gonna get for sure. But maybe it's good to get both javelin and bow skills, because that way you can use both arrows and or bolts and the javelins you find. You could also go all out. I've forgotten my hotkeys now that I've been playing Path of Exile 2 for several streams. You could also go for all-out Magic Arrow, since Magic Arrow does not use arrows to fire, but Magic Arrow is such a terrible skill. So I think this should be a backup solution at best. Javelins means you have a melee backup, with no arrows, bows, no work key. Yeah, well, there is what I just said, the Magic Arrow. But that is true, I can melee with javelins, but... Alright, so I actually don't know this. Let me just kill this pack and then I have a question for you. I lost my chat. So if I attack with javelins, they don't have durability, but can I lose quantity from stabbing with a javelin? I'm actually quite interested in knowing, and I guess I can test it instead of asking. 86. No. No, yes, absolutely. Alright. Thanks for trying, guys. Oh, thank you. 1 second so I don't die. Oh, I definitely lose. You can definitely lose durability from... Alright. Pretend like that never happened. That will be the last death. Thank you, Knut de Morgan, for the super chat. New watcher and big fan. I binged your videos. In your opinion, what's the best class to conquer all difficulties with? Probably Paladin. I think the Sorceress is the best, but only when you have a decent idea of what you're doing. And based on the phrasing of your question, I assumed like you meant for like a first time playthrough. And the Sorceress is super powerful and has all the tools she needs to conquer the game, but she can be a little bit flimsy, like weak, easy to die.
I can't carry anymore.
And the Paladin or any of the classes with summons.
I can't carry anymore.
Invalid run. Well, it was a forced return to town, right? Ooh, shield. Yeah, the Amazon is definitely not the best character for this, but it could be... It could be an interesting run, in my opinion. Because she will be really... she will really engage with the restriction a lot, right? Were you forced to die? Okay, let me ask you a question. When you make comments like that, either you are just trolling, and that's fine, but if you're serious, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to end the stream because I died and went back to town? Like, if you are super strict, then I couldn't even start the round because I started the character in town, but I explained my reasoning at the start of the stream. It's not about not stepping foot in town, it's about not making use of the town, the resources, or like the systems you have in town, the game mechanics. So I'm going into the cave now, which I usually do not do. Since I skipped the Den of Evil, I'm a little bit underleveled already. And I thought we could take on a special boss in here and hope for some good loot. Oh, we're already full. Well, I guess this is an arrow placement. Low quality buckler, cracked hand axe. This is not the archer pack. I might actually not be able to take on Cold Crow with this character. And I want to get to level 6 to be able to use the strangling gas potions either until I fight her. Ooh, my stack of javelins are starting to run out. What is the recipe to make new javelins in the cube? Is it like... throwing knives and a staff? That doesn't sound familiar. Gun drop would be painful. Oh yeah, because I couldn't repair it and they have terrible durability. Oh, spears plus arrows, alright. I should hold on to my javelins, but it's so early into the run anyway.
I can't.
Oh, ooh, I have superior throwing knives. 216 quantity, let's go! And doesn't Amazon have like really good combat frames with knives, like dagger class weapons specifically? Thank you, sir. Oh, no problem. Thank you for the super chat, Knute Morgan. Is the Hobo life treating you good? Well, so far it's business as usual. Stabazon. Generally stabbing weapons are good on Amazon. And like, maybe this is, well, there's no skills to build around, but like, this is a lot of throwing knives compared to like 80. Ooh, okay, let me focus. Compared to like 80 javelins. And this is actually not the archer pack, I don't think. I think Cold Crow is on level 1. No, maybe this is actually, I think this might, no, it is not her. Ooh, is there any way to run? Okay, there's a dead end here I can hide in. Blight maim.
I can't carry anymore.
And also I'm still, you know, clicking on autopilot on like what to pick up or not, but I really should, I guess, think about what's really worth picking up or not. Do you even need town portals in your inventory? I guess not.
I am overburdened.
I guess I don't. I'm just thinking that, okay, maybe I'll need to go to, like, after I defeat Andariel, but that's such a long way away. And I think you get a portal that you can use after Andariel. So maybe you actually never truly
I
need
can't carry anymore.
portal scrolls, right? First identification of the run, I think anyway. 6 magic find! Let's go! Let's go! Uniques are guaranteed. Just a matter of time. Let's do a ring as well. Ring of Fortune, Ring of Chance. Well, +1 max damage, I'll take it. Can one convert town portal scrolls into ID scrolls? No, but I really wish you could. Imagine 2 town portal scrolls becoming 1 identification scroll. That would be great for a run such as this. Just realized there won't be any Emilio for this run. Yes, sad news for everyone. But Emilio will have some rest this time. An identified tome can be found in the jail. Yeah, so we really have to hope to find a tome of identification in one of those areas. How many arrows should I... Like, how many arrows should I commit to carrying around? Probably almost none, because I don't think arrows are gonna be my weapon of choice early. Jewels. Technically, one of those could be like a Jewel of Envy. 20 poison damage over 2 seconds. Is it worth identifying them? Probably not. Let's go up to 30 strength. Then let's get some vitality, I think. I'm also interested in some dexterity, since javelins and bows have dexterity requirements. How many shots does a bow even have? Does the bow break before arrows run out? Unfortunately, bows... Well, now I threw my only bow away, but in this game, bows are one of the few items that do not have durability. So the bow itself you can use indefinitely, as long as you have arrows, or use the Amazon skill Magic Arrow. I talked about this briefly already, but I think that Magic Arrow could be a great backup attack. Like if we don't have anything, Magic Arrow spamming could be a way to deal some damage, but I don't think it's worth building around as our main attack. Oh, here we go. Cold Crow. Cold Enchanted Archer. Killer of many low-level characters. Well, I usually don't go here on my characters anymore, but she has definitely killed quite a few of my characters back in the day, back in the 2000s. Cold Crow. Cold Enchanted, our Dark Ranger. And she's like a corpse fire. She always spawns here with the same stats and everything. So like a super unique... A unique or a super unique monster. Like a named elite. Nice. Rare Buckler. I don't think I can. Unfortunately. This really wants me to play D2 again. Well, this is, in my opinion, the most fun way to play the game. Not only this challenge, but like playing with some self-imposed restrictions that makes you play the game in a different way is a lot of fun. And it makes you use items and skills and engage with systems that you otherwise maybe haven't used since you got the game. Will you be going for bow or Java? I don't know. So basically, the two ways to build a character that I have in my mind right now is either go for Exploding Arrow, which has great AoE, but relies on arrows. Or you could go for, well, that's a little bit later, Charge Strike and Lightning Fury, or actually Plague Javelin and Poison Javelin. So Lightning or Poison. And then Exploding Arrow or Freezing Arrow, I guess. But, I mean, Freezing Arrow is A level 30 skill, and B, really mana hungry. And then, you know, the Amazon has really good passives. But I would like to put a point into Critical Strike right now. But I think it's fairly likely that we will not be a physical attacker. Like, we are probably relying on elemental damage from either bows or javelins, and then Critical Strike isn't gonna be super useful because that only applies to physical damage. Is save quitting allowed for farming? I wasn't sure. The chat sentiment seemed to be that it should be fine. But I don't know exactly how I feel about it. So for now, let's not like use it or abuse it too early. And then we can make the final decision when we're a bit deeper into the game. Stab, stab, stab. Stony Field, level 5. And the thing is also, if we decide that I'm not allowed to ever repeat an area, I really should be playing on a higher player setting. To maximize the loot I'm getting and the experience.
I can't carry anymore.
At least you can rebeat acts after. Oh, so if I want to rerun, I need to repeat the entire act. Let a poll decide if save quit is allowed. Well, first off, thank you for the super chat, self-confessed cynic. Do I want to leave the fate of the run up to chat like that? Ooh, leather gloves!
I can't carry anymore.
Hand of Brock, a super rare low treasure class item. I actually don't think it's great, but I can't exactly remember the stats, but that is a blessed find. The magic find putting in a lot of work already. Oh, it has mana leech, right? Oh, dual leech! Hello. What a beautiful pair of gloves. What a beautiful pair of gloves. Oh no, yeah, durability. So I read a message already, only 9 up to 12 durability. Whose idea was it to not drop uniques and items without full repairs? I wonder how long they will last. Well, what is the is it like an Ort rune that repairs? Or is it a Ral rune? Can you repair durability with the cube? Oh yeah, absolutely. The cube is allowed. Ort, alright. You kill the bugger who wore them, of course they are damaged. Fair point, fair point. Okay. Here's the thing, guys. I don't like playing on players 8 because it makes the game super grindy, but then you become over-leveled so quickly. But if we're doing no repeat areas, I kind of need to go with players 8, right? Okay, actually, let's do a poll. Are farming reruns allowed? Yes. No. Are reruns all right?
Good day to you, partner.
Hey, Bloody Hunter, thanks for 3 months. Hello, Zarfen. Finally, Detour is back. Detour is back. And with a bang. Yeah, the repairing items with the cube can be niche useful if you have some items are so like stupid expensive to repair, but it's very niche. But for this challenge, it's gonna be super useful. All right, so on Twitch, 90% of voters says that reruns farming is allowed, and on YouTube, 87 says that repeat farming is allowed. So good, unanimous vote. Like everyone seems to agree. All right, great. So I will allow farming, but we can try to not quote-unquote abuse it. Like, I don't need to speedrun Andariel and then forcibly rerun her. Instead we can try to grind through as best we can. Sometimes the majority is wrong. Well... Look at it from the bright side, Kumadrin. Maybe this way you will get some lower cost farming. Am I level 6 yet? I am! Okay, let's go. Oh, but then I am full on arrows. Oh, I just remembered I will also not be able to use the cell trick to restock infinite strangling gas potions, so I can't afford to waste them like that. But it's some nice free AoE early on.
to you, partner.
Stabby stab. Thank you, Lollipop Reaper, for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Are you allowed to reset skill points? No, because that requires me to talk to Akara and finish the first quest. And I will never speak to Akara in this run.
I am overburdened.
Oh, okay. Well. Stamina potions are a luxury. Eagle Orb, I won't be able to sell anything. I mean, crafting is definitely something we could do, but how early do I start saving up jewels, right? I want to identify this so badly, but what is like a level 3 buckler gonna do for me? Probably nothing. I think there will be quite some time before I use mana. So I can throw those away. Oh, it's already tough. Ooh, a bow. One socket, but it is a bow. Still 9 out of 12 durability. Still holding up. Tall that bow. So we will not save Anya. Oh, yeah, true. No, we will not save Anya, which means no free all-res.
Impossible.
Save the bow for a tail. Surely I will find another bow before I find a tail rune, right? Right? Well, who knows? I mean, a 3-socketed hunter's bow is very good and very easy to get from Geed or Charcy. I keep picking up portal scrolls. I only have 46. Oh, a ring I can identify. Magic Find? Light Radius. Well, attack rating. I only have 46 daggers left, and they deal nice damage. Without those, I'm gonna struggle. Hey, Backlogs. Hey, Lemon. Hey. You say you want to start collecting items, but you can't use the chest in town to store them. Yeah, this is gonna be this run is gonna be a major pain for the viewers who don't like the way I organize the items in my stash, because there's gonna be some cursed inventory management without the cube, but still me wanting to save everything. Guess we can get 1 point in dodge for now. We could also see... What level do you unlock Poison Javelin? It is already unlocked, and I mean, think about it this way. Dealing damage over 8 seconds, that's slow. But dealing 25 to 37 damage for a single javelin, that's not so bad, right? Well, I will want Valkyrie at some point as well, so I can grab Inner Sight. AoE too, yeah. Exploding Arrow seems better. Exploding Arrow is a great skill. But I recall I used an Amazon when I started the gambling only run, which I never finished. And I found myself, to maximize the splash from Exploding Arrow, I found myself running very close to enemies all the time. Like I found myself tanking enemies to maximize the damage from Exploding Arrow. And with limited health potions, that doesn't seem like a great idea. Of course, no one is forcing me to do it that way, but... I think the main thing that Exploding Arrow has going for it is that my ammunition situation is gonna be much better with bows than with javelins, because one stack of quivers can hold up to 500 arrows now in D2R. It used to be 250, I believe, or 350. Man, I keep missing. I have 3 daggers
I
left.
can't.
Well, now I guess we are a boas on. Because I don't have any other weapons on me right now. I'm starting to think that Players 3 was a mistake. Was it Players 3? Oh, I went to Players 5. That explains it. Let's go to 3. That will not change these monsters. But it will change the future monsters. Regen a bit of stamina. Get some extra stamina from leveling up. Vitality. Well, how quickly a run can turn around. As soon as I ran out of throwing knives for that sweet 5 to 15 throw damage. For 1 to 6 arrow damage. Well, this will be good experience anyway, surely, this pack of enemies. Oh, I tried to snipe the main guy, or main girl, because she's cold enchanted, so I want her to die far away from me. Ooh, almost got caught. And the blocks from the stalkers or the vile hunters are brutal. Finally. Actually, you know what? I should have done this sooner. I forgot I had the strangling gas potions. This seems like a perfect time to use them actually. Whoops. I was so focused on the battle at hand. Wow, what a fight. Thank you, Pansky Binsky, for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for another one. Technically, Kurast is a town. I guess you're technically correct. Let's do players one, yeah. Maybe let's do players... I mean... Alright, yeah, I think you're right. I don't think I can handle players 3 even. Because that also took a fair bit of my healing potions, right? Oh, I meant to drink the small one. We can switch. We can swap back to a higher setting once I find a better weapon. You know what, funnily enough, I already went through half of my... I was just talking about how many 500... Like, how many arrows 500 arrows are. But I went through half a stack on that fight alone. Oh boy. I'm trading damage, I think it's fine. Maybe I should do a bit of cheeky chest opening. Like run ahead and find a couple of chests, open them at a higher player setting. My belt is a mess too. Right, it's good to keep mana potions. Just in case. By the way, it's kind of funny, right, that I'm talking about if I should use bow skills or javelin skills, but I don't even have a single javelin on me right now. Cracked spike club. You used so many arrows because you weren't using skills. That is a fair point. I'm so interested in going for javelin for AoE. I think exploding arrow is gonna be great early game AoE, but I'm a little bit worried about how well it will hold up later. Yeah, fire arrows for Andy. Yeah, I mean, fire arrows would be good for Andariel, then exploding arrow would be good early. But, like, think about when we get to late normal or nightmare. Exploding arrow doesn't seem nearly as good as the Javason tree. Can you use exploding arrows as a synergy for a later skill? I haven't used immolation arrow much since they changed it, but I still think it's not great. Hey, first time watching live, been binging your videos. Oh, thank you. Glad you are enjoying them. Well, actually, you didn't say you were enjoying them. You just said you binged them, but I assumed you enjoyed them if you binged them. What are we doing now? Can't ever return to town after leaving it once. Yes, exactly. And thank you, Derny1, for becoming a member. Thank you, thank you. So I think we're going with Poison Javelin, but maybe we should get a few points into Magic Arrow as a backup skill. Unfortunately, I think that Plague Javelin, Magic Arrow is the play. I think Lightning Fury is gonna be too Javelin intense. But I think Javelin Javelin for AoE and then Magic Arrow for single target or something. So let's start by getting a few, and I guess 1.5 mana cost is kind of a lot. Ideally you want this to get this to like level 13, because then it's also free in mana, but I guess we do have Hand of Brock, which has lost 1 durability. But the thing is, like, spending a few points in Magic Arrow, that is a few points not spent in Poison and Plague Javelins. But we can put, like, 3 points to get the mana cost down, and, you know, you get 1 free damage every time. So this should now deal, if my normal bow attack deals 1 to 6, that should deal 4 to 9. And the math checks out. Though if we're doing that, I don't need more arrows. It would be easy to just bank all skill points forever. Ooh. And also one downside of a bow, of course, is that you can't use a shield for those juicy defensive stats. Ooh, Grand Charm. I mean, on average, your Act 1 Grand Charms aren't gonna be very good, right? But it could be a little bit of elemental damage. 5 defense, alright. Thank you, game. Actually, I guess gold is completely useless, and also a 3% mana steal per hit when dealing 4 to 9 damage is not a lot of mana, it turns out. The poison skill's extra points are useless in Hell. Oh, I disagree. I think that Plague Javelin is very strong, actually, even in Hell. Like, there are plenty of poison immunes, and poison resistance, but Plague Javelin's damage numbers get so extremely high with like 40 points invested in the skill itself and its synergies that you can absolutely clear the game with Plague Javelin, as long as you have some sort of backup attack for straight up immunes. Well, let's phrase it like this. It's a solid skill, and I actually think that if you have a really crappy character, Plague Javelin is very strong because it lets you kill stuff. But of course, if you have a bit of gear, Lightning Fury is superior because it deals lots of damage quickly. But Plague Javelin requires much less support in terms of gear and etc. Like, Plague Javelin isn't an efficient killer, but it is a killer. Need dual elements one way or the other. Yeah, absolutely. But I guess we don't need to... Ooh, free healing. I guess we don't quite need to decide yet if we're going for poison or lightning or whatever. I can't quite make sense of this map. Could it... Oh, could it be here? It could be there, I think. That's a sneaky place to put the exit, if that's where it is. And just respec with the cube. Yeah, I just need to farm all 5 or 4 of the Hell Act buses for a respec. Or for the essences. No problem. Okay, this does not look like... Ooh, I'm not dead. But it was close. Ish. I think this run calls for an early game Pepsi. Ooh, Hunter. Well, actually... Well, I guess a Hunter's bow is better than an unsocketed short bow. Huge damage upgrade going from a non-socketed short bow to a white hunter's bow. It's funny that the run started off so well because I kept finding throwables, and those are of course quite strong. But then I ran out of all my throwing equipment.
Not enough mana.
Ooh, we made it through. Stash is allowed as long as you don't go to town. Yeah, exactly. The stash isn't technically banned, but it's impossible to get to town. Or like, well, it is banned, I guess, because you are not allowed to use anything in town. Invisible strangling gas potion, alright.
I need mana.
So movement speed would be pretty nice to kite more efficiently. I think I want some... Well, it says my chance to hit is 95. But it does not feel like I'm hitting 95% of my shots.
Not enough mana.
I did not expect this run to be so intense already. I think only Act 3 stash should be allowed. It's the only stash located at entrance. You're not even inside town completely in Act 3. What? I should also take more care to open chests. It didn't work, guys. Oh, oh. This guy. I guess this is a great use case for strangling gas potions. They're so fast. Oh, and I'm out of stamina. Not too bad, not too bad. What player setting am I even on? 3. Okay, let's keep it at 3. The experience is nice. And the added drop should make it worth it, I hope. Ooh, a chip emerald. That could be exactly the damage upgrade we need. What a sad thing to say, but it is absolutely true. Ooh, a sacred crossbow. Actually, I need to... I cannot spend the resources on killing Resurrected Fallen, so I should really take out the shamans ASAP. Another jewel, but I think I can't go around identifying jewels hoping for a jewel of envy, because it's rare and scrolls are valuable. 3 sockets, 1 socket. Normal attack speed. Oh, and it also requires bolts, which I do not have. How do you proceed with quests? I'm only allowed to speak to people in town if it's absolutely mandatory to continue. So I am allowed to talk to Wariv to be able to go to Act 2, but I am not allowed to talk to any other NPC ever, unless it's forced to move on. So I can't do side quests, I can't buy stuff, I can't repair, I can't buy scrolls, I can't buy potions, I can't hire mercenaries. That's the gist of it. But I am playing like I have an infinite amount of potions to be bought from town. Like the impatient running up to monsters' faces. But you know, this is Act 1, so... I have some time to learn before things get really tough. Ooh, FCR, that would have been such a great amulet or ring on so many other characters. Actually, attack rating is probably better than 9 poison resist. I wonder if I should... Ooh. Find waypoints. There will never be a reason to go back to this area, right? There are some waypoints that could be useful.
I can't carry anymore.
Well, I'm getting good strangling gas luck. So I guess for now we are a strangling gas potion Amazon. I'm gonna throw that. If it had more sockets I would consider switching, but since I don't have the materials to... Or like materials. Since I don't have the bolts to use a crossbow anyway, we'll skip it for now. Right, I'm gonna stand here and quickly go and grab a Pepsi. This is intense, man. Intense gaming right here. I'm also gonna see, my light feels a little bit bright. Yeah, it was super bright. This feels much nicer to me. Alright, quick Pepsi run. Ah, right. Oh, I also had some coffee left. Which is of course very cold right now. But can't be afford to waste liquids in such a grindy marathon. Cold coffee, you animal. You should see the types of coffee I binge. Regardless of what we do, we will want at least 1 point here, even if we go for Lightning Fury. Cold coffee and warm Pepsi. My tolerance for different temperatures is higher with coffee than it is with Pepsi. Oh, I saw the gray text for Saked, and then I saw Hunter's Bow, and my brain said to me, "Oh, you found a Saked Hunter's Bow." But that was a lie. Amulet. I wonder actually, what do you think is the best use of identification scrolls? I mean, it's so insane to already be stacking up on jewels. Like, a craft is so far away. I say, but I still keep them, so who's the crazy one? Amethyst. Well, potion management is gonna be an absolute pain. So if I put 2 more levels into Magic Arrow, the mana cost goes to 1 and damage plus 5. It hardly seems worth it. Like, don't get me wrong, having a completely free to use Magic Arrow seems very nice, like very appealing. But how desperate am I for... Oh, I was gonna open a portal in the tower, but I guess I don't... That's not how this works. Ooh, yellow ring, that is definitely worth an ID scroll. FCR, 1 max damage in 2 decks, alright. That is actually 2 decks is 10 attack rating, so this is a strict upgrade. And in a perfect world, I would save all rings and amulets until we get the cube, but stash space is limited. Amulet. Another scroll, you say? ID scroll, that is.
I can't carry anymore.
Still picking up all gold? Well, you know, some habits die hard.
I can't carry anymore.
Can you even use gold? No. And oh, oops, my belt. No, I can't.
Anymore.
Which is the funny part about me still picking up all gold I see. Well, here are some bolts. But now I no longer have the crossbow, and it wasn't that good anyway. Well, maybe this one will be 3 sockets. Let's hope that RNG has a sense of humor. Three sockets. Ooh, let's go! Nice. And I mean, not that a 3 socket. This is slower, but it has 3 sockets, so now we can actually put some kind of damaging weapon together. Man, this is gonna be such an improvement in damage. Have you seen such damage numbers? 20 to 29? Let's go! The run is alive. Ooh, that is one slow crossbow, but like I two-shotted that elite and one-shot one of his minions. And this is why we do challenge rounds. How amazing is it to feel like, let's go for a 3-socketed crossbow. Let's put 5 points here and 5 there. A slow attacks is better, less bolts needed. You're actually right, I did not consider that, but attacking slower but for more damage each time is much better on a run like this. Whereas usually I would often prefer faster attacks, because you get locked into an animation for less time, etc, etc. Though I need to keep an eye out on for bolts now. I guess as long as I use magic arrow it's fine, but... Thank you, Subveris, for the super chat. First time catching you live, just wanted to shout out because your content is awesome. Thank you so much for the kind words and for your generous donation. I appreciate it. Another emerald! The run is alive! Now, if we wanna be really crazy, we should only fire every 3 seconds to make the maximum, like to milk the poison damage as much as possible, right? Yes, I am multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, so pick your favorite platform. Idea: if you run out of inventory space, use the floor of a VP to store items. That is such a funny idea.
I am
And actually, I don't know the answer to this. Is there a respawn, or not a respawn, a despawn timer in Diablo 2? Or do items stay until you log out? I assume there is some kind of timer, but I have no idea what the timer would be. 10 life, you say? I'll be honest, I can probably not hold on to that. I like for 3 inventory spaces, but for now I can keep it. There is a despawn timer. Alright. Well, I think there is no one in offline. Oh. Bolts? Did I miss some bolts? Oh, I did. I never play with crossbows when I play boazons. So like my brain has a built-in loot filter filtering out bolts, but I should definitely pick them up. At least so I have a full stack, which I have right now. And in case you're confused, because I just said that Magic Arrow does not use bolts or arrows, and it's true. You see my arrow stack is not going down. But what about when I inevitably run into a mana burn monster, or if I run out of arrows completely, or bolts? Then I will want to have a good amount of bolts for normal attacks. But I probably don't need an extra quiver at all times like I have now. Oh, that's 720 gold I was about to say, but who cares about the gold? Some run speed would be really nice. But there's not much I can do about that, except then pick up and identify boots. Alright. This has some potential. The Countess, I mean. I mean, I think in theory I should be able to get like 3 Tal runes from one drop. Not very likely, but I think it's possible in theory. Now, it's too early to stockpile all amulets and rings. And it's, I mean, I'm gonna keep the magic find for as long as I can, so I threw the identify the ones away. And also I'm keeping the broken belt on, because it does still actually provide belt slots, even though it's broken, until I find a replacement. What if the other amulets have more magic find? Of course, you are onto something. You are onto something. But with only one, or actually I have 2 scrolls. Let's save them. Ooh, skull cap. 2-socketed skull cap for future topazes. Oh, it is. It is also superior, which probably doesn't change much. But it does have a little bit more defense. And actually I can probably spend 1 mana potion to keep using, to be able to keep use Magic Arrow. That's your 3rd scroll. Man, you guys are more... You guys are worse loot degenerates than I am. I can't believe it. No way. This isn't real. This is not real. Like, Magic Find amulets are so rare to get in the early game. This is not real life. This is rigged. Absolutely rigged. What the hell, guys? That is so funny. That is so funny. Alright. Always gamble for more magic find is the life lesson, I guess. Is the lesson to get from this, I guess. I mean, that is so funny. Well, I'd say that those 3 scrolls were well spent. Once again, chat knows better than the streamer. I was gonna say something, but I didn't. But that time, it worked out perfectly. I'm gonna abuse the Darkstalker AI for a little bit. When they go too far away from the Countess, they kind of become stupid and just, you know, they come towards me, then they change their mind and try to go back to her. In case you're wondering what they are doing. And technically all elite packs works like that, but it's kind of easy to get it to happen at the Countess because... ooh, Talroot, nice. Because the Countess likes to stand still and keep casting firewalls when the minions come toward her. A Tal Rune, you say? That could be our mid-game weapon secured. Oh, actually, now I guess I need to walk back through the tower. Well, the map is uncovered, so it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, I mean, it's only one Tal Rune, but it is also a Tal Rune, so it's very valuable. Did you restock the bolts? I did, but I only have the one quiver for now, which I think should be enough with Magic Arrow. With how often I use Magic Arrow, I should say. It could be worth putting a few more points into it for increased attack rating and a little bit of plus damage, though the plus damage is actually very small right now. Going from +3 to +4 isn't gonna make a big difference, and the mana cost 0.1 mana. Now actually let's leave it as is, but we can dump some more points into Dex for attack rating and future bows. Actually, I shouldn't spend my points so willy-nilly since I can't respec, but those are spent already. Alright. I guess we're just moving on towards the cathedral and stuff. And the next waypoint we find, we can do some science and see if items despawn also in single player or not. I saw some mixed reports in chat. Alright, so let's drop a... one mana potion, one unidentified jewel. So like one consumable and one item at the Black Marsh TP, and we'll come back in like 10 minutes or something. Speaking of 10 minutes, I should Turn on the game clock. I like to turn it off when I record offline, when I record runs off stream, because sometimes I stand still and pause for 30 minutes. And that can look a little bit weird. Like if I move through the Black Marsh and I say something, then I stop here and go do something else for 20 minutes, then I come back and pick up. Then the time jumps ahead 20 minutes. Maybe no one looks at that, but I think about it. But when streaming, it can be nice to have the clock, I guess. But now that I turn on the clock, I also noticed that it's already been 1 hour and 45 minutes. This is gonna take forever, man. This is gonna be one of those one challenge per stream challenge, or like one act per stream challenges, I guess. Ooh, 2 skeletons in one chest. Not sure if I've ever seen that before. Ooh, and the magic find keeps on coming. What were those skeletons doing? What they do in the privacy of their own chest is none of my business. But once they attacked me...
So,
Actually, I was gonna
This is the site of
identify
Andari's
this bow
atrocities.
once I found another scroll. But it's extremely unlikely that a rare bow at this level will have more damage than 1 to 3 cold and 20 poison, so I don't think it's worth the scroll. And now we are coming up at the barracks, which is our first chance of finding a tome of identification. Not that we are hoarding a bunch of scrolls right now, taking up many spaces, but hopefully at some point we will have more than one scroll in the inventory at a time, and then a tome could be very nice. Okay, let's go back real quick. Well, they are still both here. And maybe I reset the timer now by looking at the items, who knows. Items despawn after 10 to 30 minutes, depending on rarity, if you unload the area, I think. If you leave a TP, the area will stick. Oh, alright. Oh, and then you said, I think, with capital think letters. Well, I guess we can risk stuff like arrows and potions, but I'm not gonna drop gear then, I guess.
Good day
Because
to you,
even
partner.
and here's the thing, even if we knew exactly, like, uniques despawn after 25 minutes exactly, I would not trust myself to not forget about it, right? So I think that's not gonna be a strategy we can use too well. Well, except for like stuff like potions and arrows, I guess. But then we still need to decide what to keep and not to keep when we save and exit. And we will at the very least have to save and exit between streams. And the strangling gas potions are really nice to have. Because my slow ass single target attack. It's powerful, don't get me wrong, but it takes a while to wear down a group. And thank you, Kirox Trupa, for the Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, double skeleton again. Maybe that is something that came with the Magic Find Amulet mod I installed.
I need
A
more.
joke, by the way. Ooh, a light belt. It actually does not give me more belt slots. So I'm not gonna identify it with my one scroll. Actually, I was just thinking that it's kind of unfortunate that I need to trade blows against ranged enemies, but now I realized I'm level 12 now, so I can get 1 point in avoid, 24 dodge chance when attacking or standing still from enemy projectiles. I wonder what our strategy for stats are gonna be, because at one point I would like to get 60 strength so I can use a plated belt ASAP for more potion storage, but also 60 strength points could be considered wasted, right? Hello there, how goes the grind set? It goes well. What motivates you to, or what drives you to play Diablo 2? Well, a combination of, I think the game is fun, and, you know, being able to get so many viewers doing it, like both live and the videos, that is very motivating. But also the challenges. I don't really enjoy playing Diablo 2 normally anymore. I played so much normal Diablo 2. But the challenges are like playing a different game almost. So a combination of, you know, the game is just fun, challenges, and you guys who turn up to watch me do this buffoonery. Bookshelf, right, this could be big. One bookshelf. We are hoping for a tome of identification. Well, I'll take a scroll. Next best thing. Could also drop both tomes of Town Portal and scrolls of Town Portal, and those would of course not be valuable to us. And I'm not sure how many, if there can be multiple rooms with bookshelves or only one. I assume there could be more, so I guess we'll explore the barracks pretty thoroughly. Guess we have our answer. They are it's kind of hard to see the bookshelves Did you see that? The shaman resurrected the fallen through the wall. Will barracks even drop tome? Yeah. We did farm tomes in the barracks on our new rule every act challenge. Level 12. I'm considering lowering the player setting as we go into the more dangerous areas of the act. But of course, higher players, higher experience, higher drop chance for loot.
I can't carry anymore.
Yes, we will want Valkyrie at some point, so we can work our way downwards. I'm still undecided if how much we want to do with the bow tree. This could actually be the only thing we ever do, getting a few points in Magic Arrow. And let's keep it like that for now. I would like to use my skill points to improve myself right now, but I don't think going harder on Magic Arrow is the right call. New belt. Light belt. Nice. I did not even scan for that. Ooh, more magic find. My favorite item in the game. Gemmed skull cap. 18 magic find. Nothing feels as good as to get that first bit of magic find going. Well, actually finding the loot, I guess. And here's the thing, I think I just hit a weapon rack, and I don't think that you can actually rack bows in this game. Which is unfortunate. So I don't think I can find a bow from a weapon rack at all. Ooh, hunter's bow, but no sockets.
I can't carry
Well, lots of
anymore.
potions for the inevitable Andariel fight anyway. Though no antidotes, I wonder how many antidotes I have missed by not looking. Superior boots. 33.3, repeating of course, increased defense compared to the old boots. They avoid putting in some work. It's not much, but it's something. It's not much, but it's something. Oh, here we go. Antidote. I mean, I guess stamina could technically be a lifesaver under some circumstances, but... So many FCR rings. What do you think will be the hardest part of this challenge? When we inevitably run into some place where I take too much damage and I run low on potions, or like when I find a... Imagine when I find a 4-socketed bow and I start thinking about potential rune words, and then I'm gonna carry around a full bow and like 3 runes in my inventory looking for the final rune. That's gonna be rough. I don't think I saw another bookshelf, but I didn't necessarily look super carefully. And I guess I'm not even gonna bother waking the smith up. Well, I guess that wasn't for me to decide. Actually, with cold damage and then the poison, he's actually not too difficult. Not that we can use the imbue quest. Are you allowed to store stuff on the ground? Yes. But there is a despawn timer, I'm pretty sure. Just that we're not exactly sure how long it is. But we could also do stuff like intentionally spare some monsters in an easy area to farm for potions, or like go back and open chests in a previous area hoping for potions. Damage is falling off a bit. And or my chance to hit. Wrist blade. I don't think so. Amulet, who knows? Chipped sapphire, probably not, but I'll carry it with me for now. Another hunter's bow, but another non-socketed one. Oh,
I am overburdened.
can't run away from perfectly fine scrolls. I wonder how much tolerance I'm gonna have for completely scouring the entirety of the jail looking for bookshelves. Or which areas can bookshelves even spawn in? The barracks we know, but then is it the catacombs or the jail? I think it is the jail, but I'm not sure. It's both for sure. Oh, jail and catacombs. Alright, so we still have a bunch of chances. Like several more chances of finding a bookshelf with a tome of identification. And I know for a fact that it can only spawn on a wall that is facing this way, or a wall that is facing this way. Well, I guess walls have two sides, actually. So, like, it can spawn on the side I'm standing on right now, but of course there is another side to the wall. And we had a bookshelf there with a crossbow in it even. But I guess that's only for decoration. What is the current goal? Progress or books? It is progress, but I am taking a little extra care, putting a little bit extra effort into scouting for bookshelves. Since I'm not allowed to buy one. And it's kind of a funny challenge to be streaming, right? Because I've had to focus kind of intensely even from the start. On challenges where I have to focus a lot. Sorry. In challenges where I have to focus a lot from the start, I try to go to town every now and then and see what you're saying. But I almost have no idea what goes on in chat today, because I never go to town. I appreciate you anyway. So fun to have you all here. And it's always fun to start a new challenge. And this feels quite interesting from a theory crafting perspective too. Fake bookshelf, fake bookshelf. I guess this is not a bookshelf, it's just a shelf. Or actually, that is a couple of books. Ooh, double bookshelf. The blessed room. Oh, 3 bookshelves. It doesn't get any better than this, of course. And what we're looking for is red tomes of identification. I'll take a scroll. Oh no, Tome of Town Portal. Is it? No, there is no use for this ever, because I think all the times you need to go to town, I think the game gives you a town portal, like after you defeat the act boss. Yeah, classic wrong tome. Cruel, cruel, cruel. But when that happened, I got like really motivated to look at every wall. I guess now I'm backtracking. But triple bookshelves, you don't see like that every day. Forget the double campfire lower crossed maps. Have you heard about the triple bookshelf jail level 1 map? I don't think this room can have lootable bookshelves, since it's the one with the stairs, but we can look. And I guess I can look over here when I'm out and about anyway. Only a fakie. but a secret passage. I guess I should attack barrels too, but at some point, well, I was gonna say at some point the min-maxing is maybe not warranted. If this is 3 sockets, it's gonna be so funny talking about kicking barrels that I shouldn't be kicking because it's not worth it. Oh, it's 1. Still. You're doing very well on health potion count at least. Oh yeah, I'm really stocked on potions. Well, actually, well, I'm stocked decently well on health potions, but it's mostly mana potions and well, and rejuves, I guess. When do you stop picking up potions? Like, how many potions do you have when you say, no, I need space for loot instead? I don't have the answer. We have 5 scrolls. Two to 3 rows usually, but this isn't usually. Yeah, exactly. Get rid of the small potions at least. Alright. That's fair. And I have 1 empty slot in my belt. I guess I can use my strangling gas potions pretty liberally because their usefulness is gonna run out rather soon. And either my brain has sorted them all out, or it's been a really long time since I found a pair of javelins. But it could also be that my brain has, like, stopped noticing them. Just use the ID scrolls. But they're my ID scrolls. What would I even use them on? The amulet? It can't happen again, right? Well, think about all the loot we're gonna get from Andariel that we'll need to identify. Increase the player setting for the bookshelves. I wonder how that works actually, because the bookshelves are guaranteed to drop you something. But I have no idea if the bookshelves, like, do the bookshelves increase the chance of you finding a tome versus just scrolls? That feels so wasteful. Like when you don't get lucky and get exactly what you're asking for, it feels so wasteful to do it on magic amulets. Now it would really help to know the, like, map layout that can even spawn with bookshelves, because I'm pretty sure that bookshelves are not completely randomly placed. They are only placed on certain maps, and on those maps they should be guaranteed, I assume. Like some certain tiles, I mean, not maps. Short bow. I don't think I'm interested in a short bow, even if it has 3 sockets. Well, the problem is that I kind of am. I don't like it, but a 3-socketed short bow with a Thal rune and some other gems into it is still gonna be very good, even though short bow is not my preferred base. But without buying from vendors, there's no easy way to guarantee another 3-socket bow. So I'm gonna pick it up, but I don't like it. Like, I'm reluctantly gonna take it with me. I guess I need to start moving and shooting a little bit, or need to, but I can save a lot of potions that way. By not being lazy.
I can't carry anymore.
Do you have the other weapon slot occupied already? I do have strangling gas potions in it for now. Though I am down to my last 25, and I mean the damage they deal is decent. It's less than a shot from my magic arrows, so I only use them to clear trash right now, like trash mobs. But I guess soon I can start putting a weapon on the switch that I want to carry with me.
I am overburdened.
Now we're just doing a little run, a little check for bookshelves before we head down. No stash or no cow level. Oh, that's not fun. I didn't think that no town meant no cow level. And I had already in my mind began thinking about running the cow level once we get some AoE. So what would you want to put in that short bow? My 1 Tal rune, 75 poison damage over 5 seconds, and whatever else I find. ID scroll.
I am overburdened.
Thank you. That is an unacceptable mistake. And I keep finding stupid FCR rings. Never seen so many FCR rings in my life on one character in Act 1 normal. Are there no towns of TP out in the world? The only place you can find tomes, naturally, are the bookshelves, which I am indeed currently looking for. But I'm not looking for town portal tomes, because town portals are not that useful to me. But I'm looking for a tome of identification, so I can start stacking some ID scrolls. And while it is not technically required, I guess, it kind of feels like it's required, since I can't ever talk to Kane. Kane is actually not even saved. Because I need to speak to Akara to get to Tristram. No bookshelves here. No bookshelves here. Is this another... Yeah, it is another secret room.
I am overburdened.
Large charm. 2 to strength. Hoping for elemental damage to boost my power a little bit. Yeah, you need to be in Act 1, the rogue encampment, to open the cow level, unfortunately. Well, actually, I haven't tested it in years. Maybe they sneakily changed it in Resurrected, but if that's the case, I haven't heard about it. Bookshelves, bookshelves, no bookshelves, as far as I can see. Or well, there are clearly bookshelves, but not interactable ones. How many weeks/months does it normally take for you to put together a video from the first time you make a character to upload? It depends a lot on the challenge, but maybe about a month, sometimes more, sometimes less, but that is not like focused work, right? Because it can be kind of difficult to work on the same challenge like every day. So sometimes I do stuff in parallel, like I work on a couple of runs, like I play one run while I edit another, or record voice in one when doing another, and then, you know, I stream sometimes, so it's not like 1 month of concentrated effort. But I would say that my videos take somewhere between 60 to 80 hours. Maybe 80 to 100, all things, like with everything. So they do take quite a while, but like my video creation process isn't very fine-tuned. It is a bit inefficient, the way I do stuff, I guess. Ooh, another bow. I would rather have a long bow with 3 sockets. Yes. Well, actually, I think the short bow might be faster. Or actually, no, they are equally as fast, but 1 to 4 damage. 3 to 10 damage. Maybe not a huge difference when we're dealing with tile runes, but... Chip Ruby. Actually, I wonder if how many items can I afford to carry with me? Because I just had a thought. Shouldn't you be able to roll a magic bow in the cube? Like a magic bow and 3 chip gems would turn it into a magic bow with 2 sockets, or does it not work? Does it not work with bows? I mean, if you don't go to Tristram, you want a word's leg. So the port. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I can't even get the word's leg. You are right about that. I didn't think about that. So there is definitely no cow level. On my weapons, which I do have strangling gas potions. But maybe I have to give those up soon so I can put the bow on the switch, so I don't have to take up so much space. No bookshelf. Gas potion is 1 slot. Yeah, but I'm using the gas potions every now and then. That's why they are on my switch. But maybe they are starting to run out. Like their usefulness is starting to deplete. nice wall ornament. Yeah, and I know it looks bad. I know the corpse had like a bunch of arrows in it, but it wasn't me, I promise. It was like that when I found it. I like fighting in the jail as an archer because you can really create unfair fights.
I can't carry
And I mean,
anymore.
that's not even the worst. Sometimes you get like a pack of goatmen that spawn trapped and then you can just shoot them from outside. So it feels like we didn't get a single bookshelf on jail level 3. Which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. I know that the bow takes up more space than the gas potion, but I'm using the gas potion. I'm switching to the gas potion and throwing it. It's not just for storage. Just in case I die, let's activate the portal, the waypoint. Well, I think it might be time to go down to players 1 when we head into the catacombs, because enemies are starting to be kind of chunky. And level 14, it's not like I am necessarily over-leveled, but at least I'm not under-leveled. Ooh, run. That's gonna hurt. Okay, not that bad.
I can't carry anymore.
Next time, take a shot every time you drink a potion. That's not gonna end well for me.
I can't carry anymore.
Well, all right. It's about the I'm very close to stop using the potions only because I want the space for the bow on Switch. And this is already, you know, panning out how I thought it would, or like how I wanted it. Like, we have to decide what to keep, what to throw away, what is worth bringing with us, how many potions versus potentially useful future items do we need.
I am overburdened.
Alright, that's it. I need all my scrolls. Ooh, Hunter's Bow. That is surely a 3-socketed one, right? Well, I didn't get the tome, but the scrolls are dropping like flies right now. Oh, it is a 3-socketed one. And it does less damage, but since most of my damage will be coming from runes or socketables, having the extra, the very fast attack speed, I definitely think it's worth it. Even though you could make a case that more damage is better because it conserves arrows, but we do have magic arrows, so that's fine. Feels like we've been getting pretty lucky with the socketed bows. Like 1 or 2 have been 1 socket. All the others we found with sockets have been 3 sockets. Oh, I don't even need arrows equipped to use magic arrow. But I guess I should use my other bow for now because it deals more damage. Yeah, it's a lot more. But it attacks a lot slower. Though we only have 1 tail rune. Ah! That was a little too close for comfort. Jesus Christ. Right, before I move on, I'm gonna go and look if the items have despawned yet. And I'm also gonna go for a bit of a glass cannon build, for better or for worse. Oh, now the items at the Black Marsh are gone. Both the jewel and the potion. I forgot which potion. Well, it was a consumable anyway, but a magic jewel and a potion, or some kind of consumable. Just checking so it wasn't another waypoint. So there is definitely a despawn timer also in single player. And I still think it could be a worthwhile strategy to put stuff on the ground. But if it requires me to juggle items every 30 minutes, we're gonna have a problem. So we're probably only gonna use it for like potions. Under very specific circumstances. We are level 15, so actually we could have exploding arrow by now. But I'm not sure if that's what we want. So what do we want? I have no idea. Well, I want a bookshelf, but that is not a skill. How confident are we that bookshelves can actually spawn in the catacombs? 80, 100. Now it feels like my light is bright again. What's going on? Or actually, maybe it's just that my background is starting to turn darker. It's getting dark outside. Classic Sweden problems. Zero. 0%. Well, then I don't need to look, but then now I feel fooled by the chatters who said otherwise before. Then I guess we're just going straight for Andariel, and I think we're level 15, which isn't over leveled, but for the sake of progress, or maybe to take minimum damage when progressing, I'm turning it down to players 1. Down from 3 for the rest of the act. Oh, keys. I should probably have 1 stack of keys at all time. Well, now I have 2 stacks. Bookshelves should be jail only. Well, jail and the barracks, because we know that they spawn in the barracks. And I didn't look at every single tile in the jail, but I did look at most. I did scout through the areas pretty pretty diligently. Or actually, I can't say that because I don't even think I found a waypoint in the jail level 1. Alright, I did look somewhat closely. I guess we can go back and, you know, really scour through the area.
I am overburdened.
Well, that took away a decent amount of my healing, actually, that pack of ratmen. Never would have thought Tome of Identify was rare loot. Yeah. Diablo 2's most sought after item. They're like asterisks for this run only. Well, actually, I did see Mr. Lama SC do a run that he called Ultra Hardcore. So he played hardcore, but with a lot of extra rules on top, and one of those rules were no town. So I saw him hunt for tomes in that one as well. And I think that the one I saw, he did not get lucky, so he had to play his sorceress without any portal tomes. Ooh, yellow longbow. Well, with so many... Well, actually, well, let's do it anyway. Yeah, I mean, the ED is nowhere near as good as the elemental damage from sockets. But it's fun to identify rare loot, I guess. Mana Steel is now nice though. It is. Actually, what's the situation of our Hand of Brock? So we have lost a third of the durability. It started 9 out of 12 durability. By the way, if you didn't see this at the start, we got a super rare unique drop very early. Hand of Brock, it's a very rare item. But we already lost 3 out of 9 durability that we started with. We got scammed. It was at 9 out of 12 when we identified it, but I mean, I've been appreciating it so far, but it's probably not gonna last us until the end game. Two sockets. Isn't there like a rune word Ort and something? Ort in both? Not that I think that it's very good, if I recall correctly, but... And not that I can maybe afford to carry it with me, anyway. Yeah, Zephyr. Ort F. Alright, Ort F. Well, it's certainly better than this, I would guess. You at the very least you get the minus enemy defense and the lightning damage from the runes. But an Ort rune is kind of rare. It's gonna be a long time or a lot of countess farming to get an Ort rune.
I am overburdened.
Well, you can really feel the difference playing against players 1 monsters. I kind of wish there was another way to get cold damage on your bow, but with a little bit longer chill time, or how to say, like longer cold duration. 5 life, max damage, 5 max life. Probably not worth. But a little bit tempting, and I guess we can have some arrows on us, even if we are predominantly a bolt user right now. Bolt user. There's gonna be a lot of countess farming for orcs. Well, it would be a good idea, but and even though we did poll for repeat farming to be allowed, it feels a little bit, how do you say, against the spirit of no town to grind the countess 50 times for orc runes and stuff. Though I say that now in Act 1, I'm sure I'm gonna beg for some rune farming by the end of it. More arrows. Let's make it a full stack. It is a full stack. Last time I opened the game was 20 years ago, version 1.09. Well, good version to end on. Well, not that I think the modern LOD or Resurrected is bad by any means, but 1.09 certainly had its own unique charm. Well, this is definitely a bookshelf with books in it. Travesty, absolute travesty that you can't loot it. Ooh, composite bow. That is basically like a... I mean, this one is cracked, and not in the good sense, but it is like the hunter's bow, but deals more damage. Well, this is cracked. I think it deals 4 to 7 base, but equally as fast. Well, actually, that's not a great increase for being like the next tier of base items. Why Amazon? Amazon because Bezos paid. Well, we are live on Twitch, so in some way Bezos is paying for it, right? Since Amazon owns Twitch. I kind of felt like playing in Amazon, which is the main reason, but I also think that a run like this will be kind of like very interesting on the Amazon. The Barbarian would be good and fit the theme, like find item, find the potion. Feels like very thematically on point with a like living off the land style character. But I used the Barbarian in my last Diablo 2 stream challenge, so I wanted something else. And at least when I theory crafted beforehand, it felt using the Paladin or the Druid, which have you know, healing skills, felt like it would be like you wouldn't have to worry too much about potions, at least not for the Paladin, maybe for the Druid, because the Druid's vines at least need corpses. But the real reason is that I felt like playing an Amazon. But it is not the strongest choice for this challenge, definitely. Even though, you know, having a ranged focus is definitely helpful. Oh. I was gonna say, why doesn't my enemy get frozen and why do I deal so little damage? It is because I'm running around with my stupid hunter's bow out instead of my Giga Chad crossbow.
I am overburdened.
Surely I can make room for one light healing potion. Did I drink a light healing? No, I hope I drank a mana potion for that healing potion. Why in your mercenary only run you chose paladin instead of barb? Well, mainly because of the auras. In that run I maxed out fanaticism, which helped the mercenaries' damage output a lot. And then, you know, Holy Shield, I put a lot of points into Holy Shield to make myself tankier. So that was the reasoning for the paladin, but I don't think you would have been sad about having the barbarian either, not only for battle orders, but also because of the crowd control curses. And while I haven't tried it, I only did the run once. I haven't tried the run with a barbarian, but it feels to me like a level 20 fanaticism is worth more. But that's just a hunch. Why not 3 rels in a bow for Andy? Definitely farmable in the tower. Yeah. I mean, I would also need to be level 19 to use a rel bow. Oh. Have you ever heard the expression out from the ash? Now I don't even know what it is, but from the ashes and into the fire. That's what that felt like. But the fire wasn't that bad, it turns out. Min-maxing healing. Oh, run! 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 Don't get hit. Dodge. Dodge, dip, dodge and duck. Ooh, ooh, the loot continues. No way. Well, actually, they are not that good, I think. Because it's not Inferno Stride. It is the... another pretty rare low-level unique. They are called... oh, what's the word? I don't want to look at chat. Hotspur. I did look at chat. I'm not sure if Hotspur has fire damage too. Inferno Stride does. But they have lots of fire resistance. Oh, they do add 3 to 6 fire damage. That's useful. And yeah, 45 fire resist, 15 max fire resist. Some life. But I mean, 3 to 6 fire damage on your boots, I'll take that for sure. Very nice. And it's not every day your brand new character gets to wear a Hand of Brock and Hotspurs. kind of cool. The 9 magic find, well, I guess 27 magic find with the helm is really doing heavy lifting. It's a very lucky drop. Rare armor. Oh, I'm using a superior leather armor. Though I can't say that I'm too interested in using a armor that will reduce my movement speed and also 44 strength requirements. I'm not gonna even look. Just need Biggin's bonnet now. Run out round out the loadout of rare low-level uniques. And I guess Lenimo, Blinkbat's form, the unique short bow, whatever that's called. I'm putting together a team. Oh, those are some extra fast vampires. I don't even need to check the stats to see that they are extra fast. Does gold actually have any use in this run? No, it has literally no use at all. So why do I keep picking it up then? I don't know. Autopilot. Oh, and actually, how amazing is the fire resistance? 45 fire resistance. Their fireballs just tickle me. Shame they're ethereal? What? Oh, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. Yeah, they are, every piece of loot I find is ethereal. Well, actually not. I can repair them with the cube. But yeah, I see what you're saying. You got me. Right, before I go down to Catacombs level 4, I really need to run to the bathroom real quick. And also I think I'm gonna open a window because I feel like my light, like the room is getting more dim. Yeah, look how shiny I am in the webcam. Because the sun is going down outside. But now I'm super blue all of a sudden because the background got lit up by a yellow light. That looks nicer. Don't look so pale and sick. Alright, quick bathroom break, then we're gonna kill Andariel. Maybe, yeah, we will defeat the first act during this stream. Is the bathroom in town? I'll go behind some bushes in the cold plains, don't worry about it. We need custom lighting for different characters. Oh man, that would be sick. To have custom setups for different characters, or also a lot of work to set up. So don't expect anything like that, I guess. All right. What were we doing? That's right. I could have a different shirt for all the different characters, but then I would be wearing the same shirt for like upwards of 10 plus streams in a row. I guess I would start to smell. Actually, what do we do here? I actually don't hate a couple of extra points in the dodge, avoid, evade skills, since healing is limited. I mean, you're a streamer, of course we should not expect work from you. Yeah, otherwise you would go to work instead of doing this nonsense. Never mind. It's hard to clap back at one chatter without starting something with the entire chat. So I could put a couple more points here. I could start pumping. I think I have decided to not go for fire arrow and instead go for javelins. It's funny, either I am completely blind to javelin drops or I haven't found a single javelin in Act 1 other one than the ones we used earlier. And it's not a terrible idea to bank the skill points, since I don't know exactly what I want to do with them. Because a wasted skill point is wasted forever, since respecking requires me to speak to Akara. And Akara is a female. And there's no talking to females in this challenge. Well, there's no talking to anyone, but I am pretty certain that all the forced conversations like that we need to have to progress are with either men or angels. Andariel will drop a Ravenclaw trust. I am almost getting chills from you just saying that. Imagine if Andariel drops a Ravenclaw. I'm actually not sure if normal Andariel can drop a Ravenclaw. It might be too high pressure class. But let's pretend that she can. That would be so extremely hype. And then I would absolutely go for the explosion bow Amazon. Man, I really want a Ravenclaw or Kukushikaku to drop for this character. That would be so awesome. Level 16. Perfectly fine level for taking on Mondariel. Not unreasonably high level, but higher than I am for a lot of challenges. I guess I'm gonna put an antidote. I have only one antidote. I probably have missed a few antidotes on the way. Didn't Pylum drop minutes ago? Well, I did preface it but by saying that I might be I might be blind. I'm sure that some have dropped. Oh, look at that damage. Even though, I mean, Andariel has like 80 poison resistance in normal. But that is decent damage. I'm actually a little bit surprised by how much damage that is. I mean, for each shot. I'm not complaining though. I guess my... Just a little surprised. but I'll take the comfortable fight. Well, I say that before she has managed to poison me once. It could, you know, my mood could, or like the, how do you say, things could turn around quickly with a couple of poison sprays. And I guess I've been very lucky because she hasn't used the poison spray more than like 2 or 3 times, and only at a very long range. It seems like she has completely tunnel visioned on hunting me down in melee for some reason. And now I really wish I had a stamina potion to keep the run up. Yeah, it seems like she got caught up in trying to hunt me down in melee. Okay, let's... Ooh, we got it.
This maiden shall inflict no
Not too
more
bad.
anguish.
And no, unfortunately, no uniques. And not a normal topaz, but a chipped topaz, I'll take that. Decent looking belt, lightning res, life and hit recovery. Better than light belt. Mace, shield. Maybe we do want a shield at some point, but we can probably find something. I don't think this is gonna be like a 30 all res shield of blocking anyway. And I guess... I was gonna say that I'm gonna heal even though I'm gonna get a free heal, but I'm not gonna get a free heal. Right. So, in case you joined late, or actually hold that thought, yeah, the boot fire damage, yeah, maybe that's the difference maker. The 3 to 6 fire damage, which against Andorgal is more like 4.5 to 9, right? Because her negative fire resistance. So how this works is that now I am forced to go to town. Like, there is no way around going to town right now. So now am going to go to town. And I am going to speak to Wariv, but absolutely no one else.
Yes?
Good day.
And I'm not gonna speak to Jerin. Now here's an interesting question. If I go into the sewers for the side quest, I am forced to return to town one time. That will lead to an optional town visit, which I guess makes it so that I can't do the sewers, because then I go to town one additional time, whereas which is not strictly required. What about the palace before the sanctuary? Yeah, that's another time where I am forced to go to town. But like, I can't do anything else in town. I can't use the stash, I can't talk to my... I can't talk to my friends for heals or anything. Yes, oh, I'm gonna miss out on three books of skills. I'm gonna miss out on 3 Isual kills. Or actually... Well, we can deal with that when we get there. But is it scamming to kill Isual? And then when we go to Act 5, I am forced to speak to Tyrael to open the portal to Act 5, which could give me the skill
I
points.
am overburdened.
Good day to you, partner.
I think that's fine. The sewers are part of the town infrastructure. I can agree to that. Thank you, Big Ol' Stasher, for the Prime sub. Big Ol' Stasher. Couldn't you just do the sewers later after we have the other Act 2 waypoints? I could, but then I would go to town another time. Like, to get to the sewers. If you can come up with a way that I do not go to town an extra time. Like, I see what you're saying. If I find the Dry Hills waypoint, I can escape the sewers to another waypoint. But I don't see how that will not lead to me somehow going to town an extra time. Man, that is a lot of enemies. Could really use some AoE right now. Man, these enemies are a pain in the ass because they are fast and jumping at me, so I'm taking a lot of damage fighting those, even though I tried my best to hit and run. Okay, chat, I need your help. Help me keep an eye out for any javelin. Ooh, lightning resist. Good timing going up against the beetles, actually. Even though it's a very small amount. Another antidote. Man, inventory management is a pain already. Actually, we can do that to save one, one inventory space for the future. Is gold even worth anything now? No. But it's hard for me to stop picking it up. And I guess I can throw it on the ground. It hurts, but it is absolutely useless.
I can't carry anymore.
All right, I never went back to the jail to look at every single area, like every wall for a bookshelf. I saw a comment about no ID tome.
I am overburdened.
You can get to the sewer skill point, then use the second level portal to get to another portal. So you don't need to go back to town. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but how do I go to town and go into the sewers without having to go to town an extra time? Because the next time I'm going to town will be after the Claw Viper Temple, when I need to speak to Drognan to be allowed to go into the palace. And if I then go to the sewers, how will I get into the palace without having to then still go back to town another time? See what I'm saying? I did a duel for Diablo's sake. The thing is, I haven't decided if I'm gonna use a... if I'm gonna keep this around, or if I'm gonna ID it yet. Or if I'm just gonna use it for crafting. Well, if I'm gonna use it for crafting, I shouldn't be carrying it around now, actually. Because crafting is so far away. Like such a long ways away. A long time away. We're far off from crafting.
Good day to you,
I guess we did
partner.
complete one optional quest in Act 1, actually, the tower, because that completes without speaking to anyone. Yeah, I was too powerful. Yeah, oh, I'm using a crossbow, actually. Yeah, my Path of Exile 2 run with crossbows was too powerful, so now we're back to the type of crossbow gameplay you'd expect on the channel. That's true. But I am excited to get the cube soon. Though it seems very likely that the cube is immediately gonna be filled with random potions, right? So anytime I want to actually use the cube, it's gonna be an absolute pain to do so. Like create a pile of trash on the ground, use the cube once, then pick it all back up again and put it in the cube. Bookshelves in Act 1 drops tomes if you do. Yeah, we did look. The barracks we completely checked out, I think. And we did find that tome of town portals. But of course I didn't bring that with me because I don't need town portals. So we did look for a tome in the barracks and the jail. But I didn't fully scout the jail. I guess once I find the Dry Hills waypoint, we can do a quick run back to see. So far the damage is good, isn't it? Yeah, it's alright. It's definitely alright. Antisocial introvert run, exactly. Can you cube potions? Yeah. Like you can't cube 3 minor health potions and make a light healing potion. At least I'm pretty sure you can't do that. You can cube rejuves. But to cube 1 rejuve, you need something like 3 mana potions and 3 health potions and a chipped gem or something. That might not actually be right, but you need a lot. But you can cube 3 small rejuves for 1 full rejuve.
I am overburdened.
Oh no, my helm! My magic find helm is breaking. Oh boy. Time to step up the dodging game. 3 out of 18. 5 out of 12. This is still at 10 out of 12 at least. And also, I guess I should start, maybe start picking up antidotes. No, thawing potions, I mean. I read a message in chat about being able to craft antidotes. I guess I should start picking up thawing potions for Duriel. Man, enemies are so fast in this act. It's a pain to dodge damage, especially with a slow attack like a crossbow shot. Well, these enemies are equally as slow as me, so it's fine.
I am overburdened.
Okay, right now I do not need that many mana potions.
I can't
Ooh, a
carry
well.
anymore.
I mean, a well is free healing, and it refills itself. I was going to go and grab the waypoint at first, but since I can't TP back to town anyway, let's just go into the Walls of the Dead right away. But I don't feel quite strong enough to up the player setting to 3, even though it would be very useful to have some more damage. Or, sorry, to get some more experience and... loot.
I I can't carry anymore.
Man, it's gonna be a pain to snipe the hollow ones as a kind of weak Amazon with limited healing and a slow attack. And I guess I do sometimes shatter enemies with the cold damage from my bow, yeah, like I just did there, but it's not very reliable. Gull dagger incoming. Well, if that happens, you know that I'm gonna try to kill, land the finishing blow on Duriel with a dagger stab. Another ring, eh? Actually, it's probably a little bit wasteful to use all these scrolls on rings. Ooh, spear throwers, they hurt. Ooh, pylum, perfect. Then we are gonna activate the second part of the plan. And I think we're going for a poison javelin. Well, then I need to store this somehow. But I'm so close to getting the cube. It's only 53 rows though. But it is 30 poison damage over 8 seconds. Yeah, maybe I am a little bit premature in my poison shenanigans. Ooh, yellow heavy boots. But what stats would I even prefer on boots over 3 to 6 fire damage? Like, what would these have to roll to be better than these? Like, they have 15 life as well. I guess if they have had movement speed and magic find, I would prefer them. 1% magic find. Was that an MF ring? No, it was gold find. Plus 2 light radius. Good backup boots, perhaps. Well, I like... Ooh, 8 out of 14 durability. Well, those sucked, but I like the idea, yeah, because the boots are gonna break eventually. So it's not only about having the best item right now, it's like having something for the long run.
I can't.
Like you do like that and then poison them all for some AoE. Though that would heavily incentivize me to invest right now in...
I am overburdened.
in the poison javelins. And I am soon starting to deal only poison damage with my hunter's bow as well. So maybe it's not the best idea, because I'm gonna be only like a poison Amazon. Maybe it's fine for normal to only have poison damage. Yeah, I have a very specific. I actually have a very specific reason for hoarding the low-level gems, and hopefully I get to show it off soon. I guess I don't have a magic bow right now. Oh, and actually, now I did socket my Tal rune into the bow. I did socket my Tal rune into this bow to save the stash space. I didn't. That was not. I didn't think that through fully, because what I wanted to do was to try and craft not craft, but I wanted to cube a bow. With hopes of getting decent magic stats and also 2 sockets to make a good Tal bow. But now I've already used my Tal.
I can't carry anymore.
Actually, we're about to get the cube, so we will get some more space right now. Do you need all those rings? No, but we're about to get the cube, so I'm gonna cube them and hope for a good amulet. It's like gambling for people who can't go to town. Finally, the Heraldric Cube. Oh, how we have been waiting for you. Well, it turned out to be a good strategy. Unfortunately, this is the exact same amulet that we're wearing, but with lower stats. But the idea was sound. And now we don't have a single ID scroll.
I can't carry anymore.
I am not allowed to repair in town. It is only no, it's not only quests either, it's only mandatory quests. So I'm not allowed to do side quests or buy stuff or repair or buy potions or hire mercenaries or anything other than mandatory quests are forbidden. I concede gem hoarding was 150 IQ. Well, most of the time it would have been a amulet with 2 light radius, so I don't think it's, you know, how do you say, the expected value wasn't there, even though I got lucky and got something decent. Yeah, exactly. I can't do anything in town except advance to the next act or mandatory quest stuff. Like, for example, in the middle of Act 2, you need to go and speak to Drogman to move on to the Harem and the Chaos Sanctuary, or the Arcane Sanctuary. light crossbow. I think it needs to be magical to work in the cube, right? I think it needs to be magic for it to work with 3 chipped gems, right? Yeah. Or alternatively, it simply doesn't work with bows, but I think it should work with bows. Though I'm not very confident in that. You have quite a treasure there in the Horadric cube. According to Horadric lore, the cube can restore the Horadric staff. I guess we have to figure out that we can do that in the cube without the help of Cain. Alright, that is actually already better even with only 1 gem. I mean, the damage is dealt over 5 seconds, so the DPS might actually not be higher. So like 40 over 3 seconds. That's like 13 damage per second, a little more. And this is 75 over 5. So that is 15 per second. So it is still more damage per second, actually. And also it attacks faster, so I can hit more enemies quicker. Who is Horadric and why did he leave his shit all over the place? Asking the real questions. Well, the power of... You know the power of tell bows for the early game, but I mean a tell bow should be at least 1/3 as good as a tell bow, and that still seems pretty powerful. I'm gonna enjoy feeling powerful for a little bit, but then maybe we should use this time to go up to players 3 again. Doesn't spear plus arrows make javelins? I think it's... Someone said arrows plus daggers. Though I guess I haven't kept either. %90 chance to hit. 10 unused skill stat points, but I'm not sure what I want yet. Do I want more attack rating? Maybe, probably. But maybe I also want more life. And actually having some more stamina wouldn't hurt for kiting. Let's pick up those arrows, and then when we find a arrow, like a dagger or something, we can try. You can find Gidbin on your own, and if you don't have an active merc, you get one for free. The problem is that to get the free Iron Wolf, I need to talk to... What is her name? The mercenary girl in Act 3. And since that is not... there is no point where you are required to talk to her, so unfortunately I will never talk to her. I actually think in Act 3 you don't need to speak to any NPC at all, because once you kill Mephisto, the portal just opens up to Act 4. So I can get the gid bin, but I can only use it to carry it around with me or stab people with it, I guess. Ooh, more unique loot. I'm never beating the streamer lack allegations. Though I guess a death spade is not actually that good. Well, for me, I mean. But it is more loot. Though I guess I can't even identify it to show you, but it has a bonus to minimum damage, it has mana after each kill, I believe. It has blinds on hit, which I guess it's the most unique stat. Oh, right, let's try this now. Good, we found a bow. So I know, so we can tell if I actually need to carry all these gems with me or not. Longbow. And then 3 gems. Oh, it works! 1 socket, 1 to 7 lightning damage, so that wasn't that great anyway. Only 2 sockets, alright. And I'm gonna save the chipped gems for future magic find, but at least we got to use the chipped gems. Alright, give me 2 sockets, elemental damage, and more elemental damage. Alright, well. At least we got to do, like, we got to put the plan into motion. But now I think that... Is it worth carrying around a bunch of chipped gems to keep doing that? Probably not. Well, I guess we're doing it until the stash fills up. Hobo gambling, yeah. I need my gambling. That's the closest to gambling we're gonna get. Rolling rings and items with the cube. Why do you pick up gold? Because I am a loot goblin. I don't know. Old habits die hard. And some of the gold I just accidentally run over. Because there is an auto gold pickup in Diablo 2 Resurrected. But my brain definitely automatically walks over gold piles. Oh, actually, thawing potion might be useful for Duriel. Am I strong enough for a large shield?
I can't use
No.
this yet.
No? Okay. Now I at least have something. Am I level 18 yet? No, not yet. Hoarding coin but not being allowed to use them is hobo coded. I thought about that in Diablo or in Path of Exile 2. There are some merchants that you find randomly out on the maps, and in Diablo 3 as well. You can find like abandoned houses and stuff with some special merchants in them. And now I guess I did phrase it as I'm not allowed to speak to NPCs either, but if we did it no town only, and there were some NPCs scattered around the map, that would have been pretty cool. So like the random NPC vendors would be super valuable, but there isn't anything like that in Diablo 2. Alright, we said to go to players 3. And for some reason my chat doesn't confirm, but we are on players 3 now. So the enemies I'm fighting now did spawn as players 1 already, so Those are not players 3 beetles. I wonder if you can you cube 3 amulets if they are not identified? I mean, this could be a great amulet for all I know, but I don't have the identification scrolls, so... Oh, you can. So, free identification in a way. Well, it is better than not using the rings at all. Did FCR again? Yeah. Alright, finally a waypoint. So let's quickly run back to the jail and see if we missed any area that could have tomes. It looks like we really... This area we fully scouted. Like, there is no uncovered... How do you say? There's no stone unturned on this map. And I mean, sure, I could have ran past a wall with a bookshelf, but I'm pretty... I did look pretty closely, I think. As closely as Zarfen the Loot Goblin does when streaming anyway. Schrödinger would absolutely love what you just did, yeah. I mean, the item levels on the stuff I found isn't that high, so we can at least, you know, feel relaxed that we didn't cube a plus to skills amulet or anything like that, but we do not know what we had. Could have been much better than anything we have equipped.
I can't carry anymore.
Well, at least we got one scroll of ID. Elemental damage. Ooh, 6 poison. Oh, actually, this doesn't work in my favor, right? Because if I recall correctly, how it works with sources that are not special situations, you add the damage numbers together, but then you take the average of the duration. So a good poison source and a bad poison source actually makes it worse, I think. How flexible is no town and no NPCs? Only when absolutely required. So if I die, I will spawn in town, but I have to immediately leave. And I spoke to Bariv to go to Act 2, but I spoke to only him and only went to town after killing Andariel. So we never went to town. Like when we created the character, left town, and then we didn't return to town until Andariel was dead, and then we only spoke to Bariv and no one else. Ooh, ghosts. Ghost farming, anyone? Ghost farming in the tombs for scrolls. So there were a few unexplored areas here, but so far no bookshelves. Ta-da, hidden area, but no bookshelves. According to Reddit, the highest DPS source just cancels the weaker one. Not with poison sources from items on the same character. Like if my character poisons an enemy and then your stronger poison also poisons an enemy, then your poison will overwrite mine. But it works in a very funky way when you do it on like one character. Mr. Llama has a very elaborate video on how poison damage works. And I don't recall the specifics, but I think that the rule of thumb is that unless you're dealing with like, well, poison javelin actually, but like, or poison dagger, in general the stacking is not favorable. But I might be wrong actually on the specifics. But like if my... Oh, I don't have the charm anymore. But if the charm also was over 5 seconds, then I think it would have been good to put it on. And the problem is that the calculation is a bit complex to make, because the game calculates poison damage on a damage value per frame, and I think the damage numbers are calculated in bit value, like on a 256 base. But now I am you know, half guessing, half recalling what I've heard. But the point stands that it's not very easy to actually calculate like in your head. Oh, you are allowed to reset ancients with TPs, right? Yeah, that should be allowed. So there is actually a use case for town portals, like just opening them to reset the ancients fight without actually going in them. That's kind of funny. Yeah, that should definitely be allowed, as long as I don't go into the waypoint or the town portal. Oh, I also have a little bit of unexplored area here. Nothing up here. Nothing down here. There. Okay, so there's literally this room, but it could be that that one where the bookshelves are hiding. Was also a boss here, or a super, or a unique. It would be very embarrassing to die in the jail once we have moved on to Act 2. So I guess we are on players 3, so I could blame that if I die. Was that a bookshelf? Oh, it was, but it was a fake one.
I am overburdened.
Come on, bookshelves. Not a single bookshelf. I did find a javelin though. $40. 87, I'll take that. So technically we did find something useful down here, but not what we were looking for. Oh, actually, let me try that now.
I can't.
Man, doing anything with the cube is gonna be such a pain. But it is what it is. Alright, so maybe it needs to be a throwing dagger, a throwing knife. Poisoning skeletons feels a bit weird. So, store bigger items in the cube, save yourself some pain. It doesn't have bigger items. That is true, I didn't think about that, but I literally only carry 1 slot items.
I can't carry anymore.
And I'm storing the stuff that I believe that I'm the least likely to use, but...
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, I chose the Amazon because I felt like playing an Amazon. It is absolutely not the strongest character for this challenge, but I mean, it adds some... The difficulty the Amazon adds is mostly fun difficulty, in my opinion, at least. But yeah, Barbarian for fine potion. But then, of course, the Barbarian without being able to repair, or... That will be tough. You didn't see that. Misclick. So the Amazon is good because she is ranged, but she does not have any healing from skills, like Druid with Vines, Paladin with Auras. And she also doesn't have a summon until level 30. Oh, by the way, I decided to ban Decoy because Decoy is bugged, so you can often get a completely immortal Decoy, and that feels a little bit cheesy. And you know, not being able to buy or repair javelins or buy arrows is a big downside. But of course I am using magic arrow right now, which does not consume bolts. So I am kind of sidestepping that rule. How is it bugged? I'm not sure exactly how it works, but I think it is every time you cast it or every time it takes damage, there is something that happens with a value behind the scenes of the decoy, so that the decoy's like mana or life value can somehow like overflow, so it like rolls back and becomes a very, very, very large number, so large that it is virtually immortal. But then sometimes it also spawns with very little HP. And I think that more often than not, it is more often immortal than very weak, but it's almost never like as strong as the skill is intended to be. And you know, it is a feature in the game, so it's not like I think it's cheating to use the decoy, but I don't know, it just felt right to ban it on this run. Someone did explain it pretty well on one of my Amazon runs, but I didn't quite understand it all, I think. Not well enough to explain it to you with confidence anyway. Did one-shot challenge end? I don't know. I'm not excited about playing the one-shot challenge Nightmare Edition right now. So right now we are not continuing it, well, obviously, because we're doing another one now, but
I can't carry anymore.
I'm also not saying that we'll never do it. And this time I have not accidentally deleted her gear or like thrown away a bunch of her stuff.
I can't carry anymore.
Soon level 18, that will be fun, because then I get... Oh, what button should I have that on? I guess D? Exploding potion. I can use that. I could use that to craft a fire resistance ring, but
I can't carry anymore.
I don't think I need resistance rings yet.
I can't carry anymore.
But maybe at some point. Yeah, the bug decoy does make the game less interesting in some ways, and I think especially for this one, because such a big part of this challenge is gonna be potion management, like surviving without being able to go to town to heal and repair your gear and stuff. And with how decoy currently works, I could set it up so for every boss fight I would have an immortal tank, right? And then it would feel so weird, I think.
I need mana.
Oh, actually, this is a lot more mana intense. Well, I don't use it as often, actually. Oh, never mind. Just started thinking about how I have thrown away so many mana potions, but now all of a sudden my character asks for mana.
Good day to you, partner.
Slow but steady, one black locust at a time. Well, as long as there's space in the stash, we can just pick up more stuff. Thank you, Racing K95 for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you. And also thank you, Elvis Wind, for the super chat. After the sensory and mental overload of the PoE history, this challenge is going to be positively chill. Yeah, there is a little bit more screen explosion in PoE 2 than the typical Zarfen challenge in Diablo 2, for sure. Thank you guys so much. And thank you, Blobathor, for the Prime sub. I don't think I called that out before. Sorry for missing that. Maybe it was when I was in the bathroom. Anyway, thank you so much, guys, for the support. Oh, I should not tank them. One socket. I guess it still has more defense, right? 23, 19, yeah. We are until 4. Yeah, maybe slightly longer. I just looked at the time and saw that we are already at 4-ish. But I can go over a little bit today, I think. But I can feel that we're back to doing Diablo 2 challenges. You know, barely getting into Act 2 in a full stream. Well, actually, if I hurry up, I should be able to get the full staff. Uh-oh, this is a problem. Okay, I didn't get surrounded, but my cube is already full. I can't go carrying around a bunch of quest items. I took some damage, but not too much. And also I hit level 18, so we definitely want a penetrate, we want a plague javelin. No, my magic find helm. No. That is sad. That makes me very sad. And where did all of these beetles come from? RIP MF cap, yeah. And it's not like with the belt, that the belt broke, but I still got to keep the potion slots. The magic find does not count from a broken cap, unfortunately. Goodbye, magic find helm. I appreciated you and everything you've done for us. But I'm not gonna use an orc rune to repair a skull cap with 2 chipped topazes in it. So we can leave it. And I guess I should have started looking for a replacement as soon as the icon appeared the first time. Sorry. There was a magic full helm on the ground just before the helm broke. Whoops. Alright, I'm not gonna go back down for another trip to the maggot lair. But I should have kept an eye out for that stuff. Can you save an exit to farm? Earlier on the stream I did put up a vote for that, and the yes side won in a landslide, like 80% on YouTube and 90% on Twitch voted that I should be allowed to repeat farm. But I kind of want to save that for when it's like needed. Because I'm not sure why it feels a little bit weird to do. But I guess it is technically allowed. But I'm gonna try to reserve it for when we need to. Like right now I could go back and farm the Countess for 2 more Tal runes, and that would be a big damage upgrade. But that feels a little bit against the spirit of it all. I don't know. Ooh, big experience. Lots of beetles. Even more beetles. Trying to make the most out of my plague javelins. Now that wasn't a great one. Actually, let's just use the bow.
I can't. Impossible.
Yeah, plague javelin is kind of mana expensive too. 7 per throw. "16 lightning resist." Well, that helps. Not a lot, but it is 16%.
I can't.
I'm trying so hard to kite enemies in circles, but I don't really kill the enemies I move past, so there's just enemies everywhere instead. Well, I guess I haven't taken that much damage, and I can surely afford a heal or two. As long as I don't get poisoned badly, that's
can't
probably the
carry
worst
anymore.
thing that could happen to me right now. That I get really badly poisoned. Don't you need to talk to Deckard Cain to progress through the story? Deckard Cain, actually, no. You never need to talk to Deckard Cain. But you do need to talk to a couple of NPCs.
I can't.
And in those instances, I am allowed to talk to those and those only.
I can't carry anymore.
I think there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think you need to talk to 5 NPCs in total. Yeah, I got Hand of Brock in from a goat pack, I think, in Act 1. Oh, it's down to 3 durability. That is sad news. Oh, right, and I guess now the stream is only going for maybe max half an hour more, but for the next time I will set up that gear extension so you can look at my gear on that website. I will remind myself to do that. I couldn't do it in advance this time because I hadn't created my character before starting the stream. Small charm, alright. 7 stamina.
I can't carry.
Well, I do be complaining about running out of stamina. Chipped gems, Gamba. But my topazes. What about my topazes? That's like latent magic find. The website has your character. Oh. Interesting. I guess it does because I did start a program to track my characters, but I guess I just never posted the link. Well, in that case, everything but actually posting the link is already set up. So let me kill those marauders and let me get on it real quick. It is D2R Armory. Zarfen. Hobo. And let me quickly paste it in the chat.
Good day to you, partner.
That's my current gear. Thank you, Doomcop. Doomcop for the Prime. From the Prime sub. Thank you. I appreciate it. Boink. Blink. Alright, let's try and get the Claw Viper amulet. And then maybe the next forced entry into town is a good place to end the stream and continue next time to minimize the amount of time spent, like the amount of forced time spent in town. Don't know exactly what I want to do with my stat points yet, so let's keep 10 unassigned for now.
I hope I know what I'm doing.
Actually, maybe players 3 is a bit tough against mummies or the guardians because of the skeleton resurrection. And you know, the snakes too, sure. No, my Hand of Brock's are... My Hand of Brock gloves are yellow. So I guess that means they are down to 2. Since I did not have the warning at 3. Yeah, let's go to players 1 to minimize the damage I take. Because I kind of feel like I need to run into enemies to be able to damage the mummies. Maybe that's not true. Maybe I can just, you know, shoot through all the hordes of skeletons one by one, but it feels like I should rush the mummies to make it go a little bit smoother. It's gonna be so sad to find Hand of Brock, such a rare item, and then not be able to use it simply because I can't repair it. And while it is a cool item, I don't think it's worth, you know, using an Orc rune to repair it. At least not early, and you know, if I don't do it early, how long am I gonna keep 4 stash spaces taken for an item that I might repair sometime in the future? Right, still have plenty of potions, but I am using kind of a lot of potions as well. More than I would like. Ooh, just got out. But now my gloves broke, yeah. The worst part of taking damage in this place isn't the life, it's losing my beautiful gloves. Goodbye, Hand of Brock. Thank you for dropping. Or actually, let me kill the Guardian. I don't want to take a bunch of poison damage. Goodbye, Hand of Brock. Thank you for everything. But I don't think I can keep you around until I have a spare Orc rune. I don't think you're good enough. Sorry for saying. Thank you for everything. What a strange turn of events. It's like, I remember on another run, I think it was also a stream run, I found Ethereal Lenimo in Act 2. But then it was Ethereal, so I couldn't use it for very long. Also a super rare early game item. Yeah, I guess you're right. I could have kept it in the glove slot. Because I don't have anything to replace them with yet. Well, now I said my goodbyes, so now it's gone. But you are right, I didn't need to throw it away yet. A dead end, you say? TP scroll plus Orc rune in the cube, repaired item. Is it real? Are you sure there's a TP scroll in there? Isn't it just an Orc rune? And if you want to repair charges as well, it's Orc and some gem. I think it's just an Orc rune for a repair without repairing charges.
Ooh,
scroll.
Anymore.
TPs should be banned. What? No, TPs aren't banned. It's just using TPs to go to town that's banned. A humble TP scroll is has done nothing wrong. A ring. Ooh, another level up. So now I guess it really is time to decide if we are committing to Plague Javelin or not. Or we can save that decision for next stream, I guess. Maybe I will have a epiphany regarding the skill build. Oh, it's Ort for weapons, Ral for armor. Alright, but just the rune for repairing durability. And then also a chipped gem for weapons, flawed for armor to also do charges. Alright, gotcha. We have 3 scrolls and 3 unidentified items. Though what do I use them? Man, again, I think this stacks unfavorably because the duration is different. I guess I shouldn't identify charms when I am explicitly asking for charms with elemental damage, but then when I get them, I I throw them away.
I can't.
Ooh. How often do you stream? I try to stream about twice a week. I'm not super consistent though. I do prioritize making videos, but I try to stream about twice a week, so hopefully I will continue this run on Friday. But who knows, maybe I'll stream on a Wednesday. You never know. But I do try to always schedule the streams, but sometimes I only schedule them like 12 hours in advance or so. This one I scheduled 14 hours in advance. But I kind of do. I want to stream more often because streaming is a lot of fun. And they are... Okay, hold on. I need to not die. Actually, I don't need to fight all of those guys. Or actually, I kind of do because I need to go back. Or now I need to go to town, actually. Now I am forced to go to town. Because I need to speak to Drognan and then go into the palace to continue. Chain gloves. Oh. Oh, what did I even say? Yeah, so hopefully I will continue this on Friday. I do like streaming a lot, it's a lot of fun. And the streams do pretty well, like the streams do really well views-wise. At least in relation to how inconsistent I am, I guess. I missed an ID scroll. I think an ID scroll is worth using a few potions to go and get. I feel I feel tricked. Don't worry about it. It happens. Oh, maybe that's the one you meant. Good thing I went back. Full rejuve pots. Yeah, maybe it does. Yeah, you know what? It makes sense to cube some full rejuves only for the fact that they take up less space. Like, it feels a little bit wasteful to make full rejuves right now. But they do take up less space. And you know, a full rejuve is very powerful, of course.
I'm overburdened.
Still running around with my chipped topazes looking for a new home. Oh, actually, well, I could put one in the armor, but that is gonna be so short-lived if I can do anything about it. But I do notice that it's becoming hard to keep track of what I'm looking for, because, you know, I'm looking for potions, scrolls, runes, but mostly making sure to pick up ID scrolls and potions. But I am also actively looking for a helm, a body armor, and gloves. And I guess I don't really pick them up that much. And I know that I left a pair of chain gloves on the floor in the last room. But I don't think there's any really good stats to get from magical gloves yet. Well, if you don't identify them, you'll never know, right? It could be like resistances plus magic find. Or poison length reduction, but you know, not a terrible stat since I have 3 antidotes and can't go to town to heal it off. Don't you get tomes of TP ID from bookshelves in Act 1 somewhere? You get a chance to get that, but we looked in every area that can spawn bookshelves, and we got 1 tome of town portals, and town portals aren't useful to me. And then we got scrolls from the other ones, because they can also drop scrolls. They are not guaranteed to drop books, unfortunately. Oh, just tune in after lunch. What happened to the unique gloves? I regret to inform you that they served us well, but they broke. They ran out of durability, and I can't repair them. I need a belt for more slots. Oh yeah, definitely. Light radius, well, attack rating, and also, yeah, potion slots are super valuable. Good call. Great call. Nice. Now, I'm not sure if I'm gonna spend the strength to get up to a plated belt, because I need 60 for a plated belt. Maybe I can wait for some exceptional low tiers instead, because I don't think this character wants that much strength. I think she wants to favor dexterity and vitality. And I don't think I have space to carry a spare belt. Man, I can't believe how low I am on scrolls. Maybe, I think also that what happens is that when I don't have any scrolls, or when I have one scroll, I am very reluctant to identify anything. But when I get 5 scrolls, I start spending them willy-nilly. Alright, well, it is past 4, and since we need to go to town anyway, because to continue, I need to go to town and speak with Drognan specifically, and I need to speak to him in order to be allowed to go into the palace, and then I need to go to town, so I need to go into the palace to continue onward. 420 coming up, Zarfen must end stream. Well, I must end stream, but for different reasons. If you rejoin the game, you can just talk to Jerin, I believe. Okay, let's try for science.
Good day.
Well, actually, I don't want to speak to Jerin, because you don't need to speak to Jerin.
Oh.
Yeah, right now I can't go in. But if I speak to Drognan... So this is one person I need to speak with. But of course I can't buy anything or do anything else. But now I should be able to pass, even without speaking to Jerin. Yeah. Alright. You passed Jerin. Yeah, but you don't need to speak to Jerin. And if I spoke to Jerin and that worked, then I spoke to as many people as speaking to just Drognan. How did he know that you were allowed to now? Yeah, that's a good question. Seems a little bit arbitrary. I left and came back, and I didn't even tell him that I spoke to Drognan. Oh, alright. Well, now I already... Maybe some people already left because I said stream was over. But my wife is running a little bit late for our dinner plans. So we could actually keep going a little while longer. So, sucks to be anyone who left prematurely, I guess. Let's try and get to the arcane at least. I just got a text message. I guess I should respond. Please don't text me during streams. No, I did not say that. I said, thank you, dearest darling, for the heads up. That gives me time to play the video game some more. You said you can't talk to women during this run. I did, didn't I? My breadwinning wife is out working. While I'm playing video games all day.
I need my
Now it's getting dark again. In the room, that is. Alright. Now my mind was so focused on ending the stream that I forgot what we were doing. I mean, I know where we're going. We're going down the palace cellar, but... Well, it's not like I can shop for anything anyway, so I guess just move on and see what happens.
Impossible.
She's not late nor early, a wife or a wizard, but a wife arrives precisely when she means to. Well, that's good, because that way I don't go to town an extra time from ending the stream. I guess I am unlikely to finish Duriel before I have to round off, I guess. We'll see. Depends on the luck in the Arcane Sanctuary, I guess.
Not enough mana.
Not enough mana. I guess another downside of the quicker bow is that I spend mana more quickly. Oh, Daryl, I hope you're excited about the 2 town portal scrolls and 1 ID heal drop. Well, I'll take the 1 identification scroll. But I have actually found the Tarnhelm from Duriel in normal on 1 challenge. Or was it Mephisto? I think it was Duriel. So the potential is definitely there. Actually, now that we are not in such a tight place as the Claw Viper Temple, we can go to players 3 again. And once again, my chat doesn't update, like the in-game chat doesn't show, but I went back up to 3 after going down to 1 in the Claw Viper Temple. At least I think I did, maybe I never did, but now we are on 3 anyway. I guess my voice didn't get the memo that we're going a little bit longer today, because my voice has clocked out already. I guess again started drinking the small pots when they drop. They do... I mean, they did heal for like 18 or something. Sorry, but cube on the left is the incorrect choice. I'm triggering everyone today. Oh, I was gonna say by having my tomes on the right and cube to the left, but actually I don't even have tomes. That's why it looked a bit funky to me too. Because usually the tomes are either above or below the cube. Alright, so if some people want the cube to the left, some people want the cube to the right. So let's compromise. And compromising is making sure that no one is happy, right? That's how it works, right? So let's keep the cube nicely in the middle. Perfect. What the hell, perfection. Center cube. It's good feng shui. Symmetry. Perfectly balanced, yeah, like all things should be. Throw the cube away. The cube is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 free inventory spaces. No chance. They really messed up, but they really made the spawning point of Fire Eye, the Marauder boss, very funky, because sometimes he's in the room, sometimes he's outside the door, but sometimes I would bet that he's on this side of the wall this time. Not a very good guardian of the portal, anyway. I think we're going for a Plague Javelin. But I can't really make... I can't, you know... I can't make myself actually pull the trigger and make a decision for some reason. Actually, I think we're going players 1 in Dark Sanctuary. Too much poison resistance. I mean, Plague Javelin, Plague Javelin scales very well with additional skill points. And I think big damage per Javelin makes Plague Javelin better than Lightning Fury. On average. Yeah. Doesn't feel great, but I think it's a good idea. $56 to $74, and then, you know, every point in synergies is decent as well. Save one, just... I don't know why, but let's save one. But the amount of javelins is very finite. Guys, I really need to start paying attention to javelins and also ways to craft javelins. I really don't want to get hit by them either, because they drain mana. Oh, mana pot.
I need mana.
Actually, maybe complete center cube is a little bit too vanilla. Let's put it one off center and be absolute monsters. There we go. Why do you hate us? Just trying to spice up your Monday, so you have something to think about until Friday. That actually bothers me a little bit too much as well. I was fine with center queue, but that really feels uncomfortable. Well, I did also go down to players 1, so that plays a part, but so far I'm very happy with the investment in Plague Javelin. Though I'm not so happy with 33 Javelins only remaining. I guess if during next stream we go for some bookshelf looting again, we can look for Javelins. Maybe I underestimated how much mana we leached from Hand of Brock, because now I'm running out of mana all the time. I like joked about 3% mana steal when dealing so little physical damage was negligible. But actually I think it absolutely added up, because now I'm running out of mana like all the time. And I probably need to start prioritizing mana potions in my already cramped inventory. Oh, that's true. Also had 20 mana on them. Yeah, that's true. They also had 20 mana on the gloves themselves. Actually, I should make sure that those guys don't die outside of the platform, if I can help it. Because they like to drop mana potions. Wouldn't Boazon be better for easier arrow find? Yes. But so I think how it would play out is that if I had gone for explosive arrow instead, I would have been more powerful now. But I think that the intention is to go all the way through hell with this character, and later I think that Plague Javelin is gonna be a lot stronger than exploding arrow. And since I can't respec if not allowed to speak to anyone in town, I kind of have to pick my build from the start. Oh, is it arrows and a spear? I tried making javelins in the cube by putting a dagger and arrows together, but that didn't work. But maybe it was a spear. Okay, then I will keep an eye out for spears.
I can't carry anymore. I need mana.
Actually, let's drink one. I wonder when she's gonna start talking to herself out of such social isolation. I guess she's really looking forward to unlocking Valkyrie at level 30, to have someone to talk to. ID scroll? Oh, that's, you see how it happens. Like, I can keep 2, maximum 3 things in my head at once. And now I started thinking about looking for ways to, like, spears and arrows to craft the more javelins. But then I stopped thinking about ID scrolls, which are arguably one of the most important items to pick up. Right, and let's cheese the chests for once. By going to players 8 before opening the chests. So is that a spear? No, it's a pole arm, right? What do I even pick up? I don't need all of that many arrows. Blue composite bow. Let's try one more cube shenanigans. One socket. I mean, charms could have some potential, but I don't know. I have a hard time spending.
I am overburdened.
I have a hard time spending scrolls on charms. Oh yeah, that too, Grogdan Friedman. Yeah, absolutely. A bit low on space for charms. Yeah, actually, maybe this is a run that will never run any charms. Actually, throw that one away. We really need replenish life. Oh yeah, true, madman. Finding like a random ring or a belt with some life regen could be very useful for this character. Absolutely. Yeah, replenish life is like a sought after stat all of a sudden. A little, just a tiny bit of passive life regen could really go a long way. So I only use my healing items in combat, and like so if I like finish a fight a little bit damaged, I can heal up between fights. That seems really strong. Now I think I crafted all my skulls, but I could have put a chipped skull in my armor. And I wouldn't be too sad about it.
Not enough mana.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana. Ooh. It's a challenge with no physical damage possible. Well... Yes, but it becomes a little bit complicated because you have to use a spellcasting character. Because all attacks deal some amount of physical damage. And I actually did a poison only run once. I only did normal. And not all the way to hell. But I beat normal difficulty while only using poison. And I was super strict about it. Like, not a single point of non-poison damage. Though I did, by mistake, use some attacker takes damage. Which is not poison. And I actually didn't realize that until I posted the video and people started pointing it out. I didn't even consider that. But it is possible with spells. But like even if you don't use a weapon, your hands have like 1 to 2
Not enough mana.
minimum like base damage, and that is physical. I am running out of javelins, boys. Man, those monsters feel like they must have spawned on players 3. Did I not? Why am I on players 8? I said out loud that I was going down to players 1, right? Because the area was hard, didn't I? Oh, players 8 chests! Now you see why I never do that in my challenges. Now you see why I never increase the player setting to 8 for chests. I never turned it back. Oh boy. Well, can I outrun my problems? I guess I have to kill the few ones I have like drawn
Impossible.
with me.
I can't.
Always run away from your problems. Solid advice, thank you. Players 8 specters with mainly poison damage is such a pain. Well, let's think about the nice experience I'll gain from this.
I can't. I can't. Impossible.
Though in worse news, I'm almost out of mana. Not a single potion drop from those specters either. Hopefully this one drops one. Nope. You can use regular arrows. True. I did that at the very end there. I guess I don't need to always use magic arrow actually. Because most of the damage is not from the magic arrow anyway. These are probably still players 8 goats. Man, how many players 8 enemies did I spawn? Hopefully these will be the last ones. But I did get to almost level 20, so not only downsides from doing that. So I did find a spear. The problem is that spears are extremely big. But I guess I also have the arrows already, so we can give it a try. Nice. Well, they're not even magical. What a scam. Just straight up normal javelins. Okay, so, well, now we have a bit of an issue. We have one health potion. And then I guess we do have a bunch of rejuves. But I would of course prefer to not use rejuves for normal progress. Save those for bosses. Yeah, the Arcane Sanctuary is one of the few truly random maps that you can't like suss out any information out of. Like where to go, I mean. I'm gonna have to heal, but I don't want to run back into the spires, because then I take damage anyway. These might be players 1 specters, because they don't seem as tanky as the other ones. Oh, and finally a mana potion. An odd situation, no potions, but 3 full rejuves in the belt that I really do not want to use for just random healing, of course.
I can't. Impossible.
Are you sure you went back to players 1? Sadly, yes. Well, actually, maybe those last 2 specters were still players 8, because now they are dying as I would expect from players 1 with this much poison damage. Poison damage. Alright, players 8 crisis diverted. But literally no healing potions right now. That doesn't feel great. It is probably fine for now, but before Duriel I surely need some kind of healing potion supply. Well, to be honest, I kind of need a plan for Duriel to begin with, because I don't really have a plan. Like, I will not have a summon by then, and I will not have a mercenary. And I have no run speed, and I will get chilled by his aura. So I will definitely need to kite him, but it's gonna be tough to kite him with no run speed and no minions to keep him busy. Another dead end. Two sockets. Yes! Magic Find is back on the menu. And look how stylish I look. "14 hold durability. 14 out of 24, what a scam. Have you considered doing bookcase runs of jail or the catacombs to find some tomes? I think we will start by doing that next time. I focused on progressing for now, but I definitely think we'll do that next time. Secure a tome of identification. I'm holding on to my potions because I don't want to waste the healing, but unless I level up, I'm never gonna get free healing, right? So I might as well use them now. I guess using a minor one was a good compromise. Farm until level 30 to summon Valkyrie before Duriel. Oh boy. I think in the one-shot challenge we farmed to level 27 in Act 2, right? I believe it was that. And that was a pain. And like 3 more levels. I don't think so. I would rather kite Duriel around and around and around for like 2 hours if necessary before I level to 30 in Act 2. It's funny how much pain a mistake like that can cause, because now it looks perfectly fine, right? When fighting appropriately strong enemies for what I intended. Well, at least compared to the Player's 8 monsters, it maybe doesn't look great. Considering we're in Act 2
I
normal.
am overburdened.
Lord
overburdened.
Diamond. The cube is tilting me hard. I'm glad to hear that. I drank the antidote not because I thought I was poisoned, but because I thought I can't really carry around too many antidotes just in case. Like having 1 or 2 is very nice if I have the space. The Amazon just got thirsty. Yeah, the antidote itself shouldn't be of any danger, right? Is there a way to get the cube back if you drop it by mistake? Yeah, if you drop your cube, Deckard Cain will give you a new one in Act 3 when you need to cube the Kalim's will. But if you drop it after that, I think you are out of luck. I mean, you can go back to the Halls of the Dead and grab a new one, I am pretty sure. Actually, I don't know that, but I think so. But at least when it is mandatory for quests, Deckard Cain will give you one if you don't have one. You can get one from the halls, at least you could in 2005 or whatever. Yeah, that's how I feel too, like, I'm pretty sure, but also I've never dropped my cube in like 20 years, so I can't tell for certain. Unlucky 4th way in the Sanctuary, in the Arcane Sanctuary. The Soulstone behaves the same way. Oh, interesting. That one I didn't know. I knew that if you have your Soulstone in the stash, it gets teleported to you when you click the Hellforge, but I didn't know that you could get a new one from Deckard if you lost it or didn't pick it up. Obligatory 4th way, always, yeah. Yep. So I told my wife that I would be done in like half an hour, but that was 40 minutes ago. So the 4th way is causing some troubles. Though I haven't heard anyone get home, so it's probably fine. Oh, I escaped. And these are probably players 3 goats, because I entered the Arcane Sanctuary on players 3, and those were kind of close to the waypoint, so those probably spawned in a bit early. And they surely felt a little tankier than some of the other ones. Yeah, unfortunately you can only have 1 cube on your character. Otherwise it could be fun to, you know, cheese farm an inventory full of horror cubes for increased stash space. Though a little bit cumbersome to use, but I would do it. Wear 10 cubes instead of, or like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, 10 cubes. A cube within a cube. Now you're talking. Literally infinite dash space. Where did I put my jewels again? Like my crafting jewels. Oh, right. Level, like layer 50 of the leftmost cube stack.
I can't carry anymore.
Actually, that sounds horrible, because then I would feel like I had to min-max the crap out of it. And then I would have like... No, actually, I think that's probably too... I probably wouldn't use that. That sounds too much even for me. Like, the inconvenience is too much. But for this challenge... Actually, I should check that leather armor, because my... I still have 1-socketed one. Well, still a little bit more defense, but I really should have looked at all socketed armors I found. Maybe even some magical ones.
I need mana.
Because my armor slot has been useless for the entire challenge so far. Well, it has not been technically useless, because it does provide some defense, but... haven't been that useful. 1 socket, well... Finally, we arrive at the summoner. Did I hit him? No, I didn't. Weakling.
Good riddance, freak.
Alright, we did it. We made it through the Arcane Sanctuary. But now I do need to go. So thank you everyone for hanging out today. Great stream, I had a lot of fun. And it, judging by chat activity, there was a great turnout. So thanks for hanging out everyone. Have a nice week ahead, and I will hopefully continue this on a Friday. But I'll try to schedule the stream as far in advance as I can. Alright, take care everyone. Take care everyone. Bye bye. Ha en bra dag. Have a nice evening. Have a nice day.